The Bible makes only fleeting reference to the Nephilim across a handful of verses, yet a complete ancient manuscript was unearthed that recounts their entire saga through their own eyes. Among the treasures found in the Dead Sea Scrolls back in 1947 were portions of the enigmatic Book of Giants, a writing that comes from before the biblical deluge and discloses the Nephilim's visions, dialogues, and final destiny. Could this simply be mythology from antiquity? Or might it bridge crucial missing pieces in our comprehension of events preceding Noah's construction of the ark? But first, for those who are new here, think about tapping that like button and subscribing. Also, share with us your viewing location and the current time where you are. We would really enjoy connecting with you. So, with no more delay, shall we get started? The prohibited manuscript concealed through the ages. Across the span of history, specific writings have been tucked away, their subject matter considered too perilous or peculiar for widespread awareness. Within these lost compositions sits the Book of Giants, a fragmented account from the era preceding the catastrophic flood that erased the world of old. This cryptic writing speaks of entities known as Nephilim, the progeny born from angels and mortals who once strode across the planet as colossal beings. Their narrative interweaves with Enoch's story, an upright individual who communed with the divine and never experienced mortality. In contrast to the well-known accounts found in Genesis, this record provides a window into an age when the celestial and earthly spheres weren't separated by such distance, when heavenly entities mixed among humanity, and when creatures of terror wandered without restraint. The Book of Giants found no place in the Bible familiar to us today. Its sections were dispersed across time, concealed within caverns, and nearly erased from existence entirely. Still, portions endured within the Dead Sea, scrolls discovered during the middle of the 20th century, and within ancient Manichaean writings recovered along the Silk Road. What caused this book to remain hidden? It might be because it chronicles angels who violated heavenly commandments, of understanding reserved exclusively for paradise that poured down to our world, and of giants whose essences never completely perished. These concepts reverberate through numerous cultures' most ancient narratives, legends of titans, of catastrophic waters dispatched to purify creation, and of insight originating from realms beyond ours. The account settles into the spaces of Genesis, elaborating on cursory references to champions of ancient times, individuals of great fame who existed when divine sons united with human daughters. Within merely several verses, Scripture suggests an exceptional chronicle, then continues onward. The Book of Giants occupies this void, disclosing the destiny of these creatures in the period before rainfall initially descended. At its center, this forgotten writing concerns thresholds violated and the cost of prohibited understanding. It conveys a period when the divisions separating realms were more delicate, when celestial laws suffered violation, and when Eden was forfeited. The giants themselves, suspended between paradise and mortality, divine yet imperfect, embody the disorder that emerges when natural hierarchies are overturned. Their chronicle opens with angels observing from heaven, mesmerized by mortal women's allure. Before long, these observers would come down to our realm, claiming spouses and imparting abilities meant for divine beings alone. These pairings produced the Nephilim, titans in physical stature and hunger, creatures whose mere presence disturbed creation's structure. The Book of Giants presents an uncommon vantage point on these occurrences, occasionally even through the giants' own perception. We learn of their visions, their terror as condemnation draws near, and their frantic efforts to escape annihilation. Different from most writings of antiquity, it provides voice to the doomed, permitting us to observe their awakening recognition of destiny encircling them. This forgotten segment of prehistory questions our perception of the primordial world. It proposes that the defined boundaries separating righteousness from wickedness, mortal from divine, weren't invariably so distinct. This uncertainty might explain why the writing was pushed aside, abandoned to disappear from recollection, while more straightforward moral chronicles endured. As we assemble these ancient pieces, we encounter something simultaneously disturbing and meaningful, a hidden chronicle of our world where celestial beings descended, titans roamed, and the universe itself required purification. The Book of Giants exists as evidence of humanity's perpetual attraction to what exists beyond the boundary and the repercussions of gazing too intently into divine secrets. The realm preceding the deluge. Envision a realm different from ours, where life extended across hundreds of years, where atmosphere hung dense with energy, and where the divisions separating heaven from earth hadn't completely solidified. This constituted the world before the enormous flood, a domain scarcely mentioned in Genesis, yet intensely illustrated in ancient writings like the Book of Giants and the Book of Enoch. The terrain prospered with richness unfamiliar to subsequent eras. Vegetation reached tremendous proportions, and creatures flourished in absolute balance with their environment. The earliest humans existed near the soil, yet preserved recollections of paradise. They erected no urban centers initially, choosing instead to inhabit the lowlands and grasslands of a world untarnished by natural catastrophe. Adam and his initial descendants moved with understanding from paradise still vivid in their consciousness. They identified the celestial bodies, grasped the communication of winged creatures, and deciphered the designs in moving streams. This constituted an era when human awareness still resonated with heavenly murmurs, when visions might hold communications from beyond, and when the partition between dimensions remained transparent. Based on ancient writings, the heavens themselves appeared altered. During that time, the waters positioned above the vault, that mysterious celestial sea referenced in Genesis, generated a covering influence, screening sunlight and sustaining ideal conditions. Certain researchers propose this pre-flood climate might account for the remarkable longevity assigned to early mortals in scriptural records. Nevertheless, despite all its natural splendor, this realm didn't remain tranquil for extended periods. As mortal settlements expanded and proliferated across the territory, they started to stray from their initial balance. Cain's descendants constructed the earliest urban centers, shaped the earliest metals, and cultivated disciplines, both magnificent and hazardous. Seth's lineage preserved older customs, existing near nature and safeguarding the insight of former times. Then arrived the Watchers. These celestial creatures, neither completely angels nor deities in the contemporary understanding, monitored humanity from their paradisiacal stations. They observed as mortals expressed joy, struggled, experienced affection, and generated. Something regarding these transient, intense existences appealed to them, awakening longings unfamiliar to their eternal essence. Their descent altered everything. The Book of Giants recounts how these heavenly entities forsook their assignments, selecting embodiment in material form. They arrived near Mount Hermon at the frontier territories of what would subsequently become Israel and Lebanon. There they formed an agreement among their number. They would claim mortal spouses, impart forbidden disciplines, and exist as masters among mortals. The realm transformed beneath their impact. Mortal settlements developed into powerful dominions. Seemingly instantaneously, novel methods proliferated extensively: metal crafting, armaments, beauty treatments, and celestial observation. Women acquired the mysteries of vegetation and minerals, of enchantments and curses. Men obtained understanding of stellar paths and the creation of blades. What might have consumed millennia of organic advancement occurred within just generations. Yet this accelerated progress arrived with an awful penalty. The Watchers, through divulging heaven's secrets, disrupted the organic sequence. Understanding, intended to emerge progressively, was now possessed by creatures ill-prepared for its force. As the Book of Giants indicates, humanity grew intoxicated on these novel capabilities, directing them toward control rather than equilibrium. Most terrible were the children of these unions, the Nephilim. Enormous in build and craving, these creatures devoured the realm's provisions at shocking speeds. They consumed not merely vegetation, but creatures, then mortals when alternative sustenance became insufficient. Ancient writings portray them as rising numerous times the stature of ordinary individuals, projecting extended shadows across frightened communities. These weren't the kind giants of fairy tales, but terrors with godly power and excessively mortal cravings. Neither completely divine nor completely mortal, they occupied a tormented intermediate condition, formidable yet unsatisfied, powerful yet sorrowful. Their mere presence constituted a universal error, a violation of thresholds that couldn't be reversed. As the Nephilim increased, the previously flawless realm descended into disorder. Woodlands were devastated to satisfy their appetite. Creatures escaped before them. Mortals withdrew to peaks and wastelands, pursuing shelter from both the titans and the progressively peculiar beings arising from the Watcher's manipulations of nature. The atmosphere dimmed with abnormal tempests. The terrain fractured in locations, discharging peculiar mists and liquids from deep beneath. The structured world of creation started to disintegrate at its boundaries. What Genesis condenses in a solitary phrase, the earth was saturated with brutality, the Book of Giants develops into a vista of universal chaos. Within this shattered realm, a handful of mortals still recalled the ancient customs. They gazed at the evening firmament and understood that something had turned profoundly incorrect. They cried toward paradise, questioning why the celestial bodies appeared fainter, why the cycles became erratic, why their offspring existed in dread. Their supplications ascended like vapor, climbing to the seat of the Supreme Being who had observed in quietness as his creation plummeted into insanity. The circumstances were established for heavenly interference. The realm preceding the deluge had transformed into a proving area for prohibited understanding and a conflict zone between universal powers. Something would need to yield. Either the experiment of creation would be relinquished completely, or a purification would need to arrive. Descended celestial beings and heavenly transgressions. The ancient writings speak of creatures neither mortal nor divine who formally connected the distance, separating earth from sky. The Book of Giants identifies them as watchers, celestial guards, designated to monitor the developing theater of creation without meddling. They constituted the vision of paradise, situated among the celestial bodies, to observe the maturation of the young realm. These watchers, called Irin in Aramaic and Grigori in Greek, totaled 200, based on most records. Each controlled understanding of particular heavenly mysteries, the courses of celestial bodies, the characteristics of vegetation, the designs of climate, the fashioning of metals. Their assignment was straightforward: observe, document, communicate upward, never interfere. Nevertheless, something regarding humanity captured their focus. It might have been the transient, brilliant flame of mortal existence, so distinct from their own perpetual being. Perhaps it was women's attractiveness, with their cascading hair and elegant motions. Or it might have been liberty they desired, the ability to select, to err, to experience the complete spectrum of feelings refused to flawless creatures. Whatever the cause, these celestial monitors became agitated at their assignments. They murmured among their ranks, exchanging prohibited concepts. Their commander, Shemahaza, articulated what others feared to voice. Why must we stay separated? What if we descended and claimed for ourselves spouses from among mortal daughters? The concept proliferated like flame among the watchers. Abandoning their stations would be inconceivable, a betrayal of holy obligation. Nevertheless, the consideration, once introduced, became irresistible. They assembled on Mount Hermon, that primordial summit connecting realms, and there they pledged an agreement secured by awful maledictions. They would descend collectively, claim spouses, and impart to mortals the mysteries of paradise. Their descent signified the initial major uprising since Lucifer's downfall. The Book of Giants portrays it as celestial bodies streaming downward from the evening firmament, departing their designated locations and assuming mortal shape. They manifested as individuals of remarkable stature and attractiveness, their vision mirroring the universe they had relinquished, their speech bearing resonances of celestial harmonies. Mortal women were entranced by these peculiar magnetic creatures. Cain's daughters particularly received them, perceiving in these arrivals an opportunity to obtain authority their clans had endured denial of. Unions were orchestrated, festivities conducted beneath strangely tinted atmospheres. The Watchers brought their selected partners to isolated lowlands and mountain territories, founding dominions separated from typical mortal communities. Yet matrimony constituted only the commencement of their violation. The more serious offense followed next. They commenced teaching. Each Watcher disclosed mysteries intended to stay concealed until humanity had matured sufficiently to manage such understanding. Azazel imparted weaponry and cosmetics, the disciplines of conflict and attractiveness. Barakiel disclosed the indicators of lightning and meteorological prediction. Kokabiel conveyed the enigmas of celestial bodies and arrangements. Shamsiel revealed the trajectories of the sun to mortal comprehension. Beneath their instruction, mortals progressed at an abnormal velocity. Communities metamorphosed into urban centers practically instantaneously. Women decorated themselves with cosmetics and ornaments fashioned from recipes never intended for mortal possession. Men shaped armaments of peculiar metals and waged conflicts with progressively lethal effectiveness. The organic advancement of mortal development, intended to manifest across millennia, was compressed into mere generations. This acceleration delivered disorder rather than enlightenment. Mortals weren't prepared for such understanding. They possessed insufficient insight to harmonize authority with accountability, to comprehend the ramifications of their novel capabilities. Methods intended to assist became instruments of supremacy. Disciplines intended to elevate became mechanisms of control. The heavenly offering of understanding presented prematurely and without framework proved toxic. Meanwhile, the Watchers perpetrated additional violations. Not satisfied with instructing mortals, they initiated experimenting with the organic realm itself. The Book of Giants suggests awful manipulations, blending of varieties, generation of hybrid beings, efforts to remake existence based on their personal blueprints. These experiments produced abominations that roamed the wilderness, additionally disrupting creation's equilibrium. As their offenses multiplied, the Watchers uncovered something unanticipated. They were transforming. Their celestial essence, previously pure and flawless, became obscured with mortal feelings, possessiveness, dread, remorse. Their abilities, though still considerable, started to diminish. Having traversed the threshold separating heaven from earth, they discovered themselves captured in an intermediate condition, no longer completely divine, yet not genuinely mortal. Most troubling was their expanding consciousness of time. As eternal creatures, they had never experienced the urgency of advancing moments, the burden of years, the terror of termination. Presently, in their semi-mortal state, they detected time's projection piercing them as well. This consciousness delivered a franticness to their behaviors, a fevered characteristic to their persistent experiments. What had commenced as inquisitive longing transformed into something darker, an appetite to reclaim divine position through understanding and authority rather than submission. They erected enormous sanctuaries where they received veneration as deities, required offerings, and founded lineages that would maintain their impact for generations ahead. Paradise observed all this in accumulating quietness. The positions of the Watchers remained vacant among the celestial bodies. The universal sequence, previously flawless in its balance, experienced distortions that undulated through creation. The uprising could not remain unanswered indefinitely. As the Book of Giants conveys it, condemnation was already under preparation in the supreme domains, a settlement that would eliminate not merely the insurgents, but the realm their behaviors had tainted. The Watchers detected this approaching tempest. In quiet instances, gazing upward at the celestial bodies they had relinquished, they experienced the increasing chill of divine displeasure. Their visions, previously saturated with paradisiacal harmonies, now resonated with caution. Yet, having selected their trajectory, they could not reverse direction. Their descent, once initiated, would need to proceed its path to the harsh conclusion. Origin of the Nephilim. From the prohibited pairings of watchers and mortal women arrived offspring different from any the realm had witnessed previously. The Book of Giants identifies them as Nephilim, a designation that signifies the descended ones, or conceivably those who cause others to descend. They surfaced from their mothers' bodies, already exceeding typical newborns. Their vision open and cognizant, their cravings unquenchable from the initial respiration. They matured at a disturbing velocity. While mortal children consumed years reaching adulthood, these hybrid creatures achieved adult proportions in months, and they didn't cease expanding. Year following year, they persisted in augmenting in stature and mass until they towered above their mortal mothers and even their watcher fathers. Ancient writings reference giants attaining statures of 30 cubits, exceeding 40 feet in elevation, though such assertions may be magnified through hundreds of years of retelling. Their bodily manifestation identified them as neither completely mortal nor completely divine. Certain records portray them with 6 digits on each extremity. Others reference unusual pigmentation, colorless skin that never darkened, hair in improbable tints, vision that reflected illumination like creatures in obscurity. Most remarkable was their dual series of dentition referenced in numerous sources, which permitted them to rend through flesh with horrifying productivity. Yet more disconcerting than their manifestation was their disposition. The Nephilim personified the most terrible attributes of both ancestries, the authority and understanding of the Watchers without their initial purity, the inclinations and cravings of mortals without their capability for compassion and maturation. They constituted beings of hunger, perpetually craving sustenance, for sensations, for supremacy. Their consumption rapidly became a source of dread. Initially, they devoured only vegetation, consuming complete fields in solitary meals. Subsequently, they directed attention to creatures, pursuing the most massive beasts to extinction in numerous territories. When these demonstrated inadequate, they initiated feeding on mortals. The Book of Giants portrays them devouring individuals while living, consuming blood from vessels, and even devouring one another when alternative sustenance became insufficient. Regardless of their terrible attributes, the Nephilim controlled noteworthy intelligence. They absorbed the mysteries imparted by their fathers and developed this understanding, cultivating disciplines and methods previously unfamiliar. They erected enormous edifices, fortresses, sanctuaries, tributes to their personal power, employing methods forfeited following the deluge. They created melodies and verse, generated arrangements of inscription, and examined the courses of celestial bodies with intense fascination. This intelligence transformed them into organic rulers. They founded themselves as monarchs and deities above mortal settlements, requiring veneration and payment. Certain ruled through dread exclusively, while others exhibited a sinister magnetism that attracted voluntary adherents. Beneath their dominion, mortal civilization accomplished marvels, but forfeited its ethical direction, transforming into a distorted manifestation of heavenly purpose. The Book of Giants provides these creatures designations that resonate through different mythologies. Oya and Haya, offspring of Shemi-Haza, Mahaway, offspring of Barakil, Gilgamesh, manifesting in both this writing and Mesopotamian legend, Aram, Hobabish, and additional ones. These weren't merely nameless terrors, but persons with separate temperaments, authorities, and domains. Each Titan had received particular understanding from his Watcher Father. Oya comprehended the courses of celestial bodies and could anticipate celestial occurrences with remarkable precision. Haya possessed the mysteries of metal and flame, shaping armaments that could penetrate any protection. Mahaway controlled the offering of vision, interpretation, and could traverse enormous distances in trance conditions. Gilgamesh possessed supernatural power, even surpassing that of his brothers. Their designations mirror their dual inheritance, partially celestial, partially terrestrial. They recognized themselves both as offspring of particular watchers and as controllers of specific territories on Earth. This dual recognition caused them perpetual internal struggle, a perception of belonging nowhere that intensified their fury and desire. Among mortals, responses to the Nephilim differed. Certain venerated them as heavenly creatures, erecting sanctuaries and presenting offerings to obtain their approval. Others escaped to distant locations, pursuing shelter from their oppression. A handful of courageous souls opposed, though such opposition characteristically concluded in massacre. The Book of Giants references isolated settlements of mortals who maintained older customs, sustaining their faith in the Creator while Titans controlled the broader realm. Conceivably most touching was the connection between the Nephilim and their mortal mothers. These women, having transported the Titans in their bodies and sustained them in early life, observed as their offspring matured into creatures they could no longer comprehend or govern. Certain mothers remained intensely protective, regardless of their children's terrible disposition. Others escaped in terror or claimed their personal existences in sorrow and disgrace. The Watchers, also, maintained complicated feelings regarding their Titan offspring. They had violated heavenly commandment to generate these creatures and experienced accountability for their disposition. Certain fathers endeavored to impart their children insight and moderation, though such instructions rarely established foundation. Others arrogantly promoted their offspring's most terrible tendencies, perceiving in their supremacy a manifestation of their personal uprising against paradise. As generations advanced, the circumstances became more intricate. The initial Nephilim commenced generating offspring of their personal, occasionally with mortal women, occasionally with their personal category. These subsequent generation Titans were characteristically smaller than their ancestors, yet still vastly exceeding mortals. With each generation, their proportions diminished while their quantities multiplied, generating a stratification of Titans that controlled different domains. Their influence on the organic realm was catastrophic. Woodlands vanished as they devoured timber for flames and construction materials. Creature varieties disappeared beneath their pursuit pressure. The climate itself initiated, transforming as environmental arrangements disintegrated beneath their requirement for provisions. What had previously been a garden realm gradually metamorphosed into a location of insufficiency and conflict. Most troubling was their influence on mortal advancement. Beneath Nephilim impact, mortal communities became progressively brutal and tainted. Conflict became perpetual, with Titans commanding forces against competing domains. Mortal offering became widespread, initially to satisfy the Titans themselves, subsequently as a consistent spiritual practice. The disciplines imparted by the Watchers, intended to elevate humanity, instead transformed into instruments of governance and annihilation. By the period several hundreds of years had advanced since the Watchers' descent, the realm had become essentially unidentifiable. The balanced creation portrayed in Genesis had surrendered to a nightmare domain of Titan monarchs, mortal captives, terrible beings, and environmental disintegration. Paradise could no longer stay silent. The circumstances were established for condemnation, not merely of the insurgents who had initiated this sequence of occurrences, but of the shattered realm their behaviors had generated. The forfeited writing revived. For millennia, the Book of Giants endured only in murmurs. References manifested in other ancient writings, a phrase here, a reference there, yet the manuscript itself appeared forfeited to time. Different from the Book of Enoch, which Ethiopian Christians maintained in its completeness, the Giants' account seemed to have disappeared entirely, departing only faint resonances in global mythology. Subsequently arrived one of the most significant archaeological revelations of the contemporary period. During spring of 1947, a Bedouin shepherd identified as Muhammad ed-Dib was pursuing a missing goat among the limestone precipices dominating the Dead Sea. Projecting a stone into a cave aperture, he perceived the unanticipated sound of pottery shattering. His inquisitiveness intensified. He penetrated the cave and uncovered clay containers, holding ancient scrolls enclosed in linen. This initial cave near Qumran would ultimately result in the revelation of 11 caves holding what we presently identify as the Dead Sea Scrolls, exceeding 900 documents originating from the 3rd century before the Common Era to the 1st century of the Common Era. Concealed away for approximately 2,000 years, these writings incorporated scriptural manuscripts, settlement regulations, calendar documents, and previously unfamiliar religious compositions. Among these retrieved treasures were portions of a writing different from any previously familiar. Inscribed in Aramaic on parchment, these portions conveyed narratives of titans, their visions, and their approaching annihilation. Researchers before long understood they had discovered pieces of the long-forfeited Book of Giants, a writing referenced in ancient sources, yet considered perpetually disappeared. The recognition necessitated meticulous labor. The portions were diminutive, compromised by time and elements. Numerous were no exceeding than a credit card, holding merely several phrases of writing. Researchers needed to assemble them together like a jigsaw puzzle, seeking connecting boundaries, coordinating handwriting characteristics, and progressing narrative threads. What rendered this revelation particularly meaningful was its dating. The Qumran writings preceded previously familiar references to the Book of Giants by several hundreds of years. This wasn't a late creation, but an authentically ancient composition circulating among Jewish settlements before the period of Jesus. Its existence among the Dead Sea Scrolls indicated it maintained significance for the Qumran settlement, conceivably the Essenes, a Jewish faction recognized for their apocalyptic convictions and ceremonial purity. Yet the narrative of rediscovery wasn't finished. Approximately the identical period, researchers laboring with ancient Manichaean writings discovered in Central Asia understood they held substantial sections of the identical account. Manichaeism, a spiritual arrangement founded by the prophet Mani in 3rd century Persia, had integrated the Book of Giants into its canonical literature, maintaining sections forfeited elsewhere. These Manichaean portions manifested in numerous languages: Middle Persian, Sogdian, Uyghur, and Coptic, demonstrating how extensively the writing had proliferated along the Silk Road. They held episodes absent from the Qumran portions, permitting researchers to reconstruct additional of the initial account. Particularly significant were manuscripts uncovered at Turfan in contemporary China and at Medinet Mahdi in Egypt. Collectively, these revelations disclosed something noteworthy. The Book of Giants had experienced extensive popularity across enormously different cultures and spiritual traditions. It had been examined by Jewish settlements in Palestine, by Manichaean merchants in Central Asia, and by Christian monks in Egypt. Regardless of official exclusion from Jewish and Christian canons, it had endured through underground transmission and modification. The retrieval process persists today. Novel methods permit researchers to examine previously illegible portions. Progressive imaging methods disclose ink invisible to unaided vision. Computer examination assists coordinating portions based on handwriting designs. With each novel breakthrough, additional of the forfeited account returns to illumination following millennia of obscurity. What renders this rediscovery so meaningful is the window it reveals into ancient consideration. The Book of Giants constitutes a vital connection between Jewish apocalyptic literature and broader Near Eastern mythology. Its incorporation of Gilgamesh, the champion of Mesopotamian legend, alongside scriptural figures, demonstrates how ancient cultures appropriated and modified narratives across spiritual thresholds. For scriptural researchers, the writing illuminates obscure sections in Genesis. The cryptic reference to "when divine sons united with mortal daughters" develops into a comprehensive account of universal uprising and its ramifications. The transient reference of Nephilim, the powerful individuals who existed in antiquity, obtains framework and foundation. What Scripture presents as suggestions and portions, the Book of Giants investigates in depth. Conceivably, most significantly, this resurrection questions our comprehension of ancient Jewish consideration. Standard presumptions regarding strict monotheism and rigid thresholds separating Jewish and pagan traditions become more intricate when we perceive how unreservedly particular Jewish settlements integrated components from neighboring cultures. The boundaries separating orthodox and heterodox manifest more flexible than subsequent spiritual authorities would indicate. The writing also presents insight into ancient preoccupations that still resonate presently, the appropriate boundaries of understanding, the connection between humanity and heavenly domains, the ramifications of environmental manipulation, and the terror of tainted leadership. Though structured in mythological concepts, these themes mirror genuine anxieties regarding authority, understanding, and universal sequence. Presently, the Book of Giants exists in fragmentary shape, with numerous sections still absent or incomplete. Researchers persist the patient labor of translation, reconstruction, and interpretation. Each portion retrieved adds another piece to this ancient puzzle, delivering us nearer to comprehending a realm where titans strode the earth and celestial beings descended from paradise. Enoch, the recorder of condemnation. Among the figures who traverse through the peculiar landscape of the Book of Giants, none rises taller than Enoch, though he wasn't bodily tall whatsoever. A modest mortal in a realm of terrors and descended celestial beings, Enoch transformed into the vital connection between earth and paradise during creation's most obscure hour. Genesis presents us merely a glimpse of this remarkable individual. Enoch traveled with the divine. Subsequently, he existed no more because the divine claimed him. Within this solitary cryptic phrase exists a narrative so noteworthy that it generates hundreds of years of legends, writings, and mystical traditions. The Book of Giants develops this transient reference into an account of universal meaning. Originating 7 generations from Adam, Enoch existed in the shadow of the Watcher's uprising. While others venerated these descended celestial beings or escaped their Titan children, Enoch sustained faith in the Creator exclusively. He traveled a different trajectory, one of righteous conduct, quiet contemplation, and attentive observation. While the realm surrounding him plummeted into disorder, he sustained internal balance. His insight didn't originate from the Watcher's prohibited teachings, yet from direct communion with the divine. Traveling solitary in untamed locations away from tainted urban centers, Enoch discovered himself drawing nearer to paradise through supplication and meditation, his consciousness revealed to realities surpassing physical perception. The Book of Giants indicates that while others obtained understanding through uprising, Enoch acquired insight through submission. This communion intensified until something unprecedented transpired. Enoch initiated documenting heavenly disclosures. Employing inscription arrangements still novel to humanity, he recorded divine mysteries appropriately disclosed rather than appropriated. He transformed into creation's initial genuine recorder, documenting not merely terrestrial occurrences, yet universal designs, celestial stratifications, and heavenly condemnations. His compositions differed fundamentally from the understanding imparted by Watchers. Where their teachings resulted in brutality and taint, Enoch's compositions advanced balance and righteousness. He portrayed the genuine essence of the universe, not to manipulate its authorities, yet to marvel at its blueprint. His celestial observations didn't assist sorcery, yet assisted restoring appropriate calendars and festivities in a realm where periods and cycles had become chaotic. As his comprehension intensified, Enoch obtained capabilities that obscured the boundary separating mortal and divine. He could decipher visions with flawless precision. His supplications arrived at paradise instantaneously, without intermediaries. Most remarkably, he could traverse, in essence, shape, his awareness departing his body to explore distant locations, even domains surpassing the bodily realm. This capability rendered him uniquely valuable when condemnation drew near. While the Watchers remained secured to Earth by their bodily shapes, and the Titans possessed insufficient spiritual essence to climb, Enoch could traverse between realms. He transformed into the courier between descended celestial beings and heavenly authority, between the Titans and their approaching doom. The Book of Giants portrays how the Nephilim, disturbed by apocalyptic visions, pursued someone who could decipher their dreams and conceivably mediate for them. They directed attention to Enoch, dispatching one of their personal Mahaway, offspring of the Watcher Barakiel, to pursue his guidance. This expedition constitutes one of the writing's central episodes, a frantic effort by doomed creatures to comprehend their destiny. Mahaway traversed tremendous distances to discover Enoch, who existed distant from tainted territories in a location of organic splendor still resembling the initial creation. Their encounter constitutes a meaningful instant, the child of uprising, confronting the personification of righteous humanity. Mahaway, bodily tremendous yet spiritually reduced, positioned before Enoch, bodily diminutive yet spiritually awakened. Enoch attended to the Titan's visions and communicated Paradise's response without terror. Different from others who trembled before the Nephilim, he articulated with quiet authority, understanding he constituted something exceeding bodily power. He verified their most terrible terrors. Condemnation was certainly approaching. The deluge would purify the earth of their taint. There would exist no reprieve for creatures whose mere presence violated universal commandment. This position as announcer of doom acquired Enoch numerous titles in ancient literature: observer of condemnation, utterance of paradise, prophet of the conclusion. Nevertheless, the Book of Giants demonstrates him not as a vindictive figure, yet as a truth conveyor whose declarations presented one concluding opportunity for comprehension, if not redemption. He didn't celebrate above the Titans' approaching annihilation, yet solemnly satisfied his obligation to communicate Paradise's decree. His condemnation extended to the Watchers as well. When these descended celestial beings implored him to mediate for them, Enoch consented to transport their supplication to Paradise. He climbed in essence shape to the heavenly seat, presenting their situation with honesty and compassion. Yet the response returned unchanged. Their offenses could not receive forgiveness. Their penalty would be perpetual securing beneath the earth, followed by concluding condemnation at the conclusion of time. Why was Enoch selected for this universal position? The Book of Giants indicates several causes. His righteousness rendered him a suitable counterbalance to neighboring taint. His recording capabilities permitted him to document condemnations precisely. His spiritual advancement had prepared him to observe heavenly realities without being annihilated by them. Conceivably, most significantly, he constituted what humanity could have existed as and might still transform into following purifying waters withdrew. The connection between Enoch and the Titans discloses the writing's more profound theological preoccupations. The Titans, despite all their bodily power, possess insufficient spiritual capability that renders Enoch genuinely powerful. They can annihilate bodies, yet cannot redeem their personal essences. Their understanding, appropriated from paradise rather than appropriately acquired, demonstrates worthless confronting heavenly condemnation. Enoch, bodily vulnerable yet spiritually alive, ultimately maintains the genuine authority in their exchanges. As the deluge drew near, Enoch's position transformed from courier to observer. The Book of Giants portrays him monitoring the manifesting condemnation, not with satisfaction, yet with solemn comprehension of its necessity. While Noah erected his vessel to maintain bodily existence, Enoch maintained insight and recollection, guaranteeing that subsequent generations would comprehend both the taint that required purification and the trajectory toward restored balance. Subsequently arrives the instant Genesis portrays so briefly. He existed no more because the divine claimed him. The Book of Giants develops this into a magnificent climb. Rather than experiencing mortality, Enoch was metamorphosed, his bodily shape transforming into something more celestial. He was elevated bodily into paradise, the initial mortal to penetrate heavenly domains without advancing through mortality's portal. Subsequent traditions would construct on this instant, portraying Enoch's metamorphosis into the celestial being Metatron, Paradise's celestial recorder. Though these elaborations proceed beyond the Book of Giants itself, they mirror an enduring attraction with this figure who positioned between realms. Not partially divine like the Nephilim, yet completely mortal, nevertheless received into heavenly company. Ultimately, Enoch constitutes optimism within the otherwise obscure account of the Book of Giants. While descended celestial beings and their children confront annihilation, his narrative indicates another possibility, that mortals who travel righteously might surpass current boundaries and draw nearer to their heavenly source. In a writing primarily regarding thresholds violated and heavenly fury unleashed, Enoch presents a glimpse of thresholds appropriately traversed and heavenly reception extended, portions yet forceful. The Book of Giants arrives to us not as a continuous account, yet as dispersed pieces of an ancient puzzle. Different from scriptural writings maintained through attentive copying across hundreds of years, this peculiar document endured only in portions, certain no exceeding than a fingernail, others holding merely several expressions or phrases. Nevertheless, from these shattered remnants surfaces a narrative of noteworthy force and intricacy. The arrangement we can reconstruct indicates a composition of substantial sophistication. It wasn't merely a compilation of legends, yet a attentively fashioned account traversing between different viewpoints and temporal structures. Certain sections articulate with the utterance of an omniscient narrator portraying occurrences from above. Others assume the perspective of particular titans, especially Oya, Hahya, and Mahaway, permitting readers to glimpse the manifesting catastrophe through their vision. What renders this fragmented writing so compelling is its unusual viewpoint. Most ancient spiritual literature presents heavenly condemnation from the perspective of the righteous or the divine. The Book of Giants ventures to demonstrate us apocalypse from the viewpoint of the condemned. We observe the increasing dread of creatures who gradually understand they've been deemed universal errors, their mere presence an offense to creation's sequence. Through compromised sections and absent pieces, we glimpse the feeling existences of these doomed titans. They encounter confusion as disturbing visions initiate plaguing their slumber. Anxiety intensifies as they consult one another, contrasting dreams and pursuing interpretations. Optimism ignites briefly when they dispatch Mahaway to discover Enoch, subsequently disintegrates when the verdict returns unchanged. Ultimately arrives despair as liquids initiate ascending surrounding them, verifying that no reprieve will arrive. This psychological depth distinguishes the Book of Giants from more straightforward morality accounts. Its protagonists aren't illustrated as purely wicked, yet as intricate creatures captured between realms, products of a prohibited pairing who never requested to exist. Their annihilation transforms not merely deserved penalty, yet universal tragedy, necessary, nevertheless sorrowful. The writing's fragmentation actually intensifies this feeling influence. Voids in the account compel readers to engage actively, envisioning what might occupy the spaces separating maintained sections. The shattered shape mirrors the shattered realm it portrays, a creation fragmented by uprising, a balanced sequence presently in pieces. Examining the Book of Giants transforms into an encounter of assembling significance from portions, considerably as its characters endeavor to construct comprehension from fragmentary visions and dreams. Imagery in the enduring sections demonstrates noteworthy vividness. We examine titans whose stature arrives at the clouds, of vegetation uprooted like weeds in their extremities, of peaks employed as seats. We perceive Mahaway traveling between distant locations, his wings transporting him across enormous domains. We observe visions where enormous tablets of stone plummet from paradise, inscribed with condemnations that cannot be eliminated. The cosmology disclosed through these portions presents Earth as merely one domain among numerous. Above extends the heavenly realm with its different paradises and celestial stratifications. Beneath exists the void, where insurgent watchers will be confined. Separating these domains traverse creatures like Enoch, who can climb to paradise while still existing, and descended celestial beings who plummeted to earth yet can never return home. This multi-layered universe mirrors ancient Near Eastern concepts rather than subsequent medieval cosmologies. It presents a realm where heavenly and terrestrial domains aren't completely separated, yet contact at particular locations. Peaks arrive toward paradise. Visions reveal windows separating realms. Particularly gifted persons can traverse separating domains. This permeable threshold separating realms renders the Watcher's violation conceivable, yet also permits heavenly interference when that violation proceeds excessively distant. The Book of Giants differs from canonical scripture in meaningful methods. It presents designated protagonists among the tainted rather than concentrating exclusively on the righteous. It investigates moral uncertainty where heavenly condemnation, while justified, descends on creatures who constitute victims of their personal essence. It integrates components from numerous mythological traditions, demonstrating how ancient Jewish thinkers participated with neighboring cultures. Most remarkable is how the writing manages heavenly justice. Different from the deluge account in Genesis, where wickedness is merely stated as reality, the Book of Giants demonstrates us the particular transgressions that provoked Paradise's response. We perceive the Watchers imparting prohibited disciplines, the Titans devouring beyond sustainable boundaries, and hybrid beings distorting organic sequence. Heavenly condemnation manifests not as arbitrary penalty, yet as necessary restoration of universal equilibrium. The language maintained in these portions mirrors their ancient origins. Inscribed primarily in Aramaic at Qumran, with versions also existing in Middle Persian, Sogdian, and other tongues, the writing employs imagery and expressions characteristic of Second Temple Judaism. Technical designations for celestial beings, demons, and universal territories disclose connections to other apocalyptic literature from this period, especially the Book of Enoch. Regardless of its fragmentary essence, or conceivably because of it, the Book of Giants persists to attract researchers and spiritual pursuers alike. Its shattered pieces present glimpses into an ancient worldview where the threshold separating myth from history hadn't yet solidified, where celestial beings might literally travel among mortals, and where visions could hold communications from surpassing our domain. The writing raises meaningful questions that surpass its ancient framework. What occurs when creatures control understanding without insight to employ it appropriately? What constitute the ramifications when organic thresholds are violated? Can those originating from violation escape the inheritance of their origins? These concepts resonate across hundreds of years, articulating to contemporary preoccupations regarding technology, environmental manipulation, and ethical accountability. In its compromised shape, the Book of Giants reminds us that certain of the most forceful narratives arrive to us incomplete. Like a partially excavated urban center or a symphony absent movements, its portions invite us to participate actively with the past, to envision what might have occupied presently vacant spaces, and to acknowledge that even fragmented accounts can hold meaningful truths regarding our realm and ourselves. The Watchers secured. As the Titans' visions became more obscure and their terrors intensified, their fathers, the descended Watchers, confronted their personal expanding dread. These previously celestial creatures, who had relinquished Paradise's courts for terrestrial pleasures, initiated understanding the complete ramifications of their uprising. The Book of Giants portrays their panic as heavenly condemnation drew near, a panic all the more awful because they, different from their children, completely comprehended what they had forfeited. The Watchers assembled in secret councils away from mortal communities and Titan encampments. In peak caverns and distant lowlands, they discussed their deteriorating circumstances. Their bodily shapes, previously assumed voluntarily, had transformed into confinements. Their heavenly understanding, previously their pride, presently demonstrated them with flawless clarity. the catastrophe they had generated and could not reverse. Most disturbing were the transformations in the organic realm surrounding them. The Watchers, with their universal consciousness, detected indicators invisible to others: subtle transformations in celestial alignments, unusual creature migrations, alterations in vegetation growth designs. The realm was preparing for metamorphosis. Creation itself appeared to be retracting from their tainting existence, withdrawing away like healthy tissue from infection. Their commander, Shemi Hazar, who had initially proposed descent to Earth, requested frantic measures. Conceivably, if they merged their remaining authorities, they might climb again and implore forgiveness. Conceivably, if they reversed their instructions, retrieving prohibited understanding from humanity, they might prevent condemnation. Conceivably, if they annihilated their personal children, paradise might demonstrate clemency. Yet within their consciousness, they understood such endeavors would demonstrate futile. The Book of Giants portrays how these descended celestial beings directed attention to the solitary creature who might mediate for them, Enoch, the mortal who traveled with the divine. They dispatched communications imploring him to advocate their situation before Paradise's seat. Their entreaties combined authentic repentance with frantic self-preservation, recognizing their transgressions while pursuing to evade ramifications. Enoch consented to transport their supplication, not from compassion for their predicament, yet from submission to heavenly intention. The writing portrays his climb to Paradise's portals, bearing the Watcher's petition like a scroll grasped in mortal extremities. Before the brilliant illumination of heavenly existence, he examined their expressions, excluding nothing, appending nothing. Subsequently, he waited in quietness for Paradise's reply. The response arrived with awful conclusiveness. The Watchers had traversed a threshold that could not be retraversed. Their understanding of heavenly enigmas merged with bodily shapes and terrestrial cravings constituted a universal danger that could not be permitted to persist. They would be secured beneath the terrain until concluding condemnation at the termination of days. Following that, perpetual flame anticipated. There would exist no return to Paradise's courts, no restoration to previous magnificence. Enoch plummeted with this verdict inscribed on tablets of stone. The Watchers assembled to perceive their penalty, optimism still flickering in vision that had previously mirrored celestial illumination. As Enoch examined Paradise's decree, that illumination ultimately perished. The arrogant creatures, who had previously positioned in heavenly existence, presently descended prostrate on Earth's powder, their lamentations resonating through peak territories. What ensued was a spectacle of universal subjugation. The Book of Giants portrays 4 archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, plummeting with restraints shaped in heavenly flame. These weren't bodily constraints, yet bindings of intention and essence, limitations that would maintain insurgent essences for millennia. Each archangel maintained particular obligations in this confinement. Michael, most powerful of Paradise's combatants, subdued the Watchers who opposed. His blazing blade severed their final connections to celestial authority, rendering them powerless. Gabriel prepared the location of confinement, an enormous chasm deep beneath wasteland sands, distant from mortal habitation. Raphael secured their bodily shapes, eliminating their capability to transform, shape, or evade terrestrial boundaries. Uriel enclosed their imprisonment with indicators no authority could fracture. The Watchers were guided in procession to their subterranean imprisonment. Those who had imparted astronomy could no longer perceive the celestial bodies. Those who had disclosed the mysteries of vegetation and minerals were concealed distant from growing entities. Those who had conveyed understanding of metals and precious stones were restricted, where no illumination would arrive at them. Their penalty mirrored their offenses, with flawless, awful balance. Most catastrophic was their separation from the offspring they had generated. The Book of Giants indicates that regardless of their uprising, numerous Watchers had cultivated authentic affection for their Titan children. Presently, they could only attend helplessly as the sounds of condemnation initiated above, tempests assembling, liquids ascending, their offspring crying out in expanding dread. The writing portrays Shemihazar's concluding instances before confinement. Positioning at the boundary of the chasm, gazing backward at the realm he had tainted, he perceives distant peaks where his Titan offspring still roam liberated, unaware their fathers can no longer assist them. He glimpses mortal urban centers where his teachings persist to proliferate disorder. Subsequently, obscurity encloses surrounding him as he's projected into confinement beneath the realm. Even in restraints, the Watchers preserved awareness. This constituted portion of their penalty, to stay cognizant through extended eras, contemplating their uprising and its ramifications. They would experience the mortality of each Titan child as liquids ascended above the supreme peaks. They would detect the progressive diminishing of their impact from mortal recollection. They would encounter time's advancement with tormented clarity, calculating years, hundreds of years, millennia in obscurity. Nevertheless, their impact didn't completely disappear. The Book of Giants suggests that something of the Watchers remained in the realm. Resonances of their teachings maintained in ancient writings, murmurs of their designations in prohibited ceremonies, recollections of their understanding encoded in representations and legends. Though bodily restricted, tendrils of their uprising persisted to contact mortal matters through the understanding they had unleashed. Most meaningfully, their confinement didn't resolve the difficulty of their children. The Titans remained above, becoming progressively frantic as they detected heavenly fury assembling like tempest formations. Without their father's direction, they directed attention to their visions for responses and to the solitary mortal who might decipher those visions, Enoch, the traveling prophet who had communicated Paradise's verdict to their fathers. The corresponding destinies of Watchers and Titans constitute the feeling center of this ancient writing. Beneath, eternal creatures who selected mortality confront perpetual restriction. Above, their offspring, originating from universal violation, confront annihilation. Both categories arrive for redemption that stays merely beyond grasp. Both direct attention to Enoch, who positions between realms, yet can present only truth, not escape. This separation of fathers and offspring adds tragic profundity to an already somber account. The Watchers secured in obscurity can detect their children's expanding panic, yet can present no solace. The Titans confronting annihilation above call outward for fathers who cannot respond. Heavenly justice divides what profane pairing had united, guaranteeing that uprising's ramifications manifest in tormented isolation. The representation of the restrained Watchers would resonate through subsequent spiritual traditions. Early Christian writings would reference celestial beings maintained in obscurity with perpetual restraints. Medieval demonology would elaborate on descended celestial beings confined beneath the terrain. The Book of Giants provides us conceivably the earliest comprehensive record of this concept. Heavenly creatures secured not by bodily boundaries, yet by heavenly decree, their penalty flawlessly calibrated to their violation. As the Watchers deteriorated beneath the terrain, the circumstances were established for the concluding act of this universal theater. Their Titan children, relinquished and progressively frantic, would pursue their personal responses from the solitary mortal who still traveled between realms. Their expanding dread, captured in visions and dreams, would disclose how even the most powerful descend before heavenly condemnation when creation itself requires purification. The visions of Mahaway. Among the Titans roaming the pre-flood realm, one figure surfaces with unusual distinctness from the fragmented writing, Mahaway, offspring of the Watcher Barakil. Different from his brothers, who celebrated in bodily power, Mahaway controlled offerings of a distinct category. The capability to travel enormous distances on powerful wings and to recall his visions with flawless distinctness. These talents would render him the central figure in one of the Book of Giants' most compelling episodes. As condemnation drew near, the Titans initiated encountering troubling visions. Dreams of annihilation visited their slumber. enormous gardens deteriorating, powerful vegetation being uprooted, perpetual liquids covering peak summits. These visions departed them shaken, their typical confidence displaced by advancing dread. Though masters of the bodily realm, they discovered themselves powerless before these evening dreams that appeared to disclose approaching doom. Two titans, specifically, Ohia and Hahia, offspring of Shemihaza, encountered visions so intense they couldn't dismiss them as mere imagination. Ohia envisioned of an enormous tablet with inscription he couldn't examine, plummeting from paradise like a stone of condemnation. Hahia perceived a magnificent garden with thousands of vegetation being uprooted and annihilated by celestial beings possessing blazing blades. Both awakened in dread, detecting these weren't typical visions, yet glimpses of approaching reality. The Titans assembled in council to examine these portents. Certain dismissed them as insignificant shadows. Others indicated fighting more intensely against mortals, considering their nightmares originated from guilty awareness. A handful proposed enormous offerings to satisfy whatever authorities might be dispatching these dreams. Yet Mahaweh presented a distinct resolution: pursue interpretation from the solitary mortal who genuinely comprehended heavenly matters, Enoch, who traveled with the divine. This suggestion wasn't accepted effortlessly. Numerous Titans regarded consulting a mortal beneath their worthiness. Others feared what Enoch might disclose. Certain contended they should capture him instead, compelling him to employ his understanding for their advantage. Yet Mahaweh insisted on a respectful methodology, detecting that only truth, however tormented, could assist them presently. The council ultimately consented, yet a novel difficulty surfaced. Enoch existed distant away, having retreated from tainted territories to a location where creation still mirrored its initial purity. The expedition would traverse enormous domains, certain hostile to Titans. Who would undertake this perilous pilgrimage? Following heated examination, Mahaweh himself volunteered. With his capability to travel, he exclusively might cover the distance rapidly, sufficiently. The Book of Giants portrays his departure in intense expressions. He extends tremendous wings, whether bodily or metaphorical stays uncertain, and projects skyward from a peak summit. Beneath him manifests the tainted realm, urban centers where mortals venerate descended celestial beings, woodlands devastated bare by Titan cravings, conflict zones where abnormal beings struggle for domain. He travels for days, traversing seas and peak territories, pursuing indicators that guide to Enoch's residence location. The writing illustrates this expedition as both bodily and spiritual. Mahaweh traverses not merely across terrain, yet across domains of existence. With each distance he covers, he traverses additional from the tainted realm of his origin and nearer to spaces where heavenly sequence still dominates. The atmosphere becomes more transparent, illumination more pristine, organic balance more apparent. When he ultimately identifies Enoch's residence, a straightforward edifice on a peak dominating paradise-like lowlands, he acknowledges it as a location untarnished by his father's uprising. Their encounter constitutes one of the writing's most remarkable spectacles. Mahaweh, a creature of tremendous proportions and supernatural origin, positions before Enoch, a mortal of typical manifestation yet remarkable essence. The Titan must incline downward to address the individual. Nevertheless, somehow manifests reduced in this confrontation. Bodily build signifies nothing in the existence of genuine spiritual authority. Mahaweh communicates his communication respectfully, portraying the visions disturbing his brothers and himself. He references his personal recurring nightmare, an enormous tablet floating on perpetual liquids, all terrain disappeared beneath deluge, his personal designation manifesting and subsequently disappearing from its surface. His typical confidence surrenders to vulnerable questioning. What do these dreams signify? Can they be prevented? Does optimism exist for creatures like himself, originating from prohibited pairing? Enoch attends without interruption, his countenance demonstrating neither terror of the Titan nor satisfaction at his distress. When Mahaway completes articulating, Enoch verifies what the Titans have already suspected. Their visions disclose approaching condemnation. The realm will certainly be purified by liquid. All flesh tainted by Watcher impact will perish. There exists no escape for creatures whose mere presence violates heavenly sequence. The Titan acquires this information with surprising worthiness. Different from his brothers who might have responded with fury or dangers, Mahaway accepts Enoch's expressions as truth. He requests not for methods to evade, yet for comprehension. Why must it exist, this method? What universal commandment have they violated merely by existing? The writing presents him as a tragic figure, doomed not through personal wickedness, yet through the circumstances of his origin. Enoch clarifies that creation pursues designs founded from the commencement. The blending of paradisiacal and terrestrial essences generated creatures who belong completely to neither domain. Such blending destabilizes the universal sequence itself. The deluge arrives not as penalty exclusively, yet as necessary restoration of thresholds fundamental to creation's persistent existence. Liquid will purify what has been profaned, permitting Earth to commence anew. Before departing, Mahaway requests one concluding question. Will any recollection of the Titans remain following Liquid's withdrawal, or will they be eliminated entirely as if they never existed? Enoch's response presents cold solace. Their bodily shapes will perish, and their skeletal remains will exist concealed in terrain. Yet narratives of their period will endure as cautions for subsequent generations. They will transform into representations of thresholds traversed and heavenly patience exhausted. The return expedition manifests differently than the outward one. Mahaway travels not with enthusiastic purpose, yet with burdened consciousness. The landscape beneath manifests not as dominated domain, yet as temporary territory, before long to be reclaimed by liquid. He observes at woodlands, peaks and grasslands with novel consciousness of their transience. Even his powerful wings transporting him homeward will before long fail against ascending deluges. When he arrives at the Titan's assembling location, his brothers encounter him with enthusiastic questions. Has he discovered Enoch? What did the mortal prophet articulate? Does optimism exist? Can the vision's significance be transformed? Mahaway conveys everything without moderating the communication. Their destiny is enclosed. The liquids are approaching. No peak will position elevated sufficiently. No power demonstrates adequate against this purification. Certain Titans respond with fury, menacing to annihilate what remains of mortal communities in their concluding days. Others descend into despair, already perceiving themselves drowning in visions that presently visit them while cognizant. A handful, incorporating Mahaway himself, accomplish a category of somber acceptance. They initiate contemplating what it signifies to confront termination. These creatures, who had considered themselves approximately eternal, presently confronting their personal extinction. In the concluding portions portraying Mahaway, we perceive him positioning solitary on a peak summit, observing tempest formations assemble on the boundary. Different from his brothers who rage beneath, he has accomplished a measure of comprehension. His dual essence, partially celestial through his father, partially terrestrial through creation itself, permits him to glimpse both viewpoints. He perceives both the necessity of purification and the tragedy of his personal termination. The visions that disturbed Mahaway's slumber have transformed into cognizant reality. The tablet floating on perpetual liquid presently materializes as actual deluge approaching from all boundaries. His designation, which manifested and disappeared in visions, will certainly be eliminated from the manuscript of existing creatures. Nevertheless, something in his questioning, his expedition to truth rather than refusal, provides his account a worthiness absent from records of his brothers. Through Mahaway's visions and expedition, the Book of Giants accomplishes something noteworthy, inviting readers to empathize with creatures traditionally illustrated as terrible antagonists. We glimpse the tragedy of beings originating through no selection of their personal into universal violation, who envision of annihilation because annihilation is their inescapable destiny. In Yahweh's travel to Enoch and return with unwelcome truth, we observe courage and integrity from an unanticipated source. Designations of the Titans. The Book of Giants accomplishes something noteworthy for an ancient writing. It provides individual designations and temperaments to creatures characteristically illustrated as a nameless, menacing collective. These aren't merely the Titans as a group, yet separate persons with their personal attributes, connections, and destinies. Through fragmentary sections, we glimpse a community as intricate as any mortal civilization, though distorted by its abnormal origins. Most distinguished among them are Oyah and Hayah, offspring of the Watcher Commander Shemi Hazar. Their designations might originate from the sounds of exclamation, indicating their origin provoked marvel and dread. As firstborn offspring of the Watcher's chief, they experience particular position among their category. The writing illustrates them as inseparable brothers, nevertheless opposite in disposition. Oyah, impetuous and combative; Hayah, contemplative and inclined to meditation. Both brothers encountered prophetic visions as condemnation drew near. Oyah perceived an enormous tablet immersed in liquid, designations being eliminated one by one, incorporating his personal. Hayah envisioned of a garden with innumerable vegetation being uprooted by universal gardeners, departing nothing except vacancy. These corresponding dreams horrified creatures habituated to provoking terror rather than experiencing it themselves. Subsequently arrives Mahaway, offspring of the Watcher Barakiel, whose expedition to Enoch constitutes the account's feeling center. His designation indicates, "Who is he?" An fitting question for a creature captured between recognitions. Different from his more bodily imposing brothers, Mahaway controlled the offering of travel and unusual sensitivity to visions and portents. The writing illustrates him as something resembling a spiritual guide among Titans, more aligned to spiritual realities than his category characteristically were. Conceivably most surprising is the manifestation of Gilgamesh in this Jewish writing. The celebrated champion of Mesopotamian legend penetrates the Book of Giants as one of the Nephilim himself, a peculiar cultural intersection demonstrating how ancient narrators appropriated unreservedly across traditional thresholds. His incorporation indicates that early Jewish audiences would have acknowledged this designation from neighboring cultures, comprehending the reference without clarification. In the portions we control, Gilgamesh manifests as a titan of specific power and authority. His vision presents a powerful vegetation expanding at the realm's center, protecting all existing entities beneath its extensions. He observes in terror as heavenly creatures assume implements to this vegetation, severing it downward regardless of the beings depending on its protection. The imagery distinctly corresponds the approaching annihilation of the realm that sustained Titan existence. Other designations flicker through the compromise writing. Aram, whose designation signifies elevated sibling and who controlled domains in what would subsequently be identified as Lebanon. Hobabish, portrayed as maintaining skin, resembling the pigmentation of particular stones, and controlling unusual power even among Titans. Asael, whose designation connects to fertility and who supposedly generated more offspring than any alternative Titan, and Nikolai, portrayed as cultivating uncommon vegetation and generating unusual hybrid beings. Female Titans acquire less focus, mirroring the patriarchal viewpoint of ancient writings. Nevertheless, we capture glimpses of figures like Badenoch, whose designation signifies daughter of humanity, regardless of her blended parentage, and who functioned as something resembling a spiritual leader among her category. The writing suggests that intricate connections between male and female Titans, with indications of both struggle and collaboration within their community. These designated persons constituted merely the elite among Titan community. The Book of Giants specifies an intricate stratification existed among these creatures. Initial generation titans, direct children of watchers and mortal women, positioned tallest and commanded supreme authority. Each subsequent generation diminished somewhat in stature and authority, generating a layered community where ancestry determined position. By the period several hundreds of years had advanced since the Watcher's descent, titans of different proportions inhabited distinct domains, with the supreme sustaining control above lesser relatives. Their community mirrored mortal dominions, yet with vital distinctions. Titan controllers erected enormous edifices, necessitating their tremendous power, fortresses with portals 30 feet elevated, seats fashioned from peak summits, pathways broad sufficiently for their enormous stride. They cultivated inscription arrangements to document their chronicles and accomplishments, generated distinctive artwork presenting their exploits, and founded traditions to sustain their supremacy above domains. Most troubling was their connection with mortals existing beneath their control. Certain titans sustained mortals as captives or attendants, while others preserved them as provisions for devouring. In territories where titans maintained influence, mortals existed in perpetual dread, concealing in caverns and distant locations to evade notice. A handful of mortal settlements sustained precarious alliances with their Titan neighbors, presenting payment in exchange for protection against alternative Titan clans. The Book of Giants indicates these creatures weren't merely bodily anomalies, yet controlled supernatural capabilities received from their celestial fathers. Oya could summon downward lightning during conflict. Hahia controlled remarkable ability with vegetation and restoration disciplines. Gilgamesh maintained power, surpassing even his enormous proportions. Mahaway could traverse through visions as well as bodily. These authorities rendered them godlike in mortal perception, generating veneration practices that additionally offended heavenly sequence. As their doom drew near, these separate temperaments responded distinctly. Certain, like Oya, promoted struggling against the approaching condemnation, considering their merged power could oppose even heavenly fury. Others, like Hahia, descended into melancholy and fatalism, perceiving the inevitability of their termination. Gilgamesh suggested erecting edifices elevated sufficiently to endure ascending liquids. Mahaway encouraged acceptance of their destiny as universal necessity rather than straightforward penalty. Their personalized responses humanize creatures characteristically illustrated as terrible antagonists. Through their perception, we glimpse the tragedy of beings originating through no selection of their personal into violation of universal commandment. Though their annihilation demonstrates necessary for realm restoration, we're invited to perceive them not as faceless wickedness, yet as separate temperaments confronting their personal extinction with differing degrees of worthiness, fury, and sorrow. Conceivably most touching is how the writing indicates these titans understood themselves to exist incorrect, not merely morally, yet fundamentally. Their visions disclose subconscious consciousness that their mere presence violated creation's appropriate sequence. Regardless of their bodily power and territorial supremacy, something within acknowledged they couldn't endure. Like intrusive varieties in a delicate environment, they detected the inevitable correction approaching to restore equilibrium they had disrupted. The designation of these creatures functions a more profound purpose than mere narrative detail. By providing Titans individual recognitions, the Book of Giants undermines the comfortable distance typically sustained, separating terrors and readers. These aren't nameless dangers effortlessly dismissed, yet creatures with visions, connections, and viewpoints of their personal. Their necessary annihilation transforms tragedy rather than straightforward justice, a universal correction with authentic victims. This intricacy elevates the Book of Giants above straightforward morality accounts. While affirming heavenly condemnation's necessity, it recognizes the torment involved when generated creatures, even incorrectly generated ones, confront extinction. It reminds readers that universal sequence occasionally necessitates awful offerings, that restoration can involve annihilation, and that beings captured in broader designs may experience regardless of personal culpability or innocence. In designating the Titans, this ancient writing accomplishes something surprisingly contemporary. It complicates an account characteristically conveyed in absolute contrasts. The boundary separating terrible and mortal obscures. Readers discover themselves empathizing with creatures tradition illustrates as adversaries. Heavenly condemnation remains necessary, yet we're demonstrated its cost in personalized experiencing. Through designations and personal details, the Book of Giants metamorphoses stock villains into intricate characters captured in a universal tragedy, surpassing their governance or comprehension. Mahaway's expedition to the boundaries of the realm. In the twilight of the pre-flood realm, with shadows of doom assembling on the boundary, the Titans directed attention to one of their personal for redemption. Mahaway, recognized for his swiftness and courage, was selected for an remarkable assignment. Different from his relatives who horrified the terrain, Mahaway controlled a spark of insight that established him separated. The fragmentary writings convey to us he could travel, ascending on wings not fashioned by mortal extremities, an offering conceivably received from his celestial fathers. The expedition before him was unlike none alternative. Mahaway would need to traverse the thresholds that separate our realm from the concealed domains where Enoch resided. The ancient recorder had been claimed by the divine, traveling with the celestial and no longer secured to terrain. To arrive at him, Mahaway would need to traverse beyond the peaks of obscurity, beyond the pillars of paradise, to the location where firmament encounters eternity. The writing portrays how Mahaway extended his wings beneath the morning atmosphere. The environment trembled as he ascended, his enormous shape projecting a shadow resembling a traversing peak beneath. For days, he traveled, traversing enormous seas where no vessels had navigated, above woodlands untarnished by the implements of individuals. The expedition tested even his supernatural endurance. Winds, originating from the respiration of celestial beings, buffeted his trajectory. Rainfall that had not yet descended on mortal territories saturated his wings. As evening descended on his subsequent day of travel, Mahaway confronted the thresholds of the realm. Here, the ancient composers convey to us the genuine structure of creation initiates to diminish. Celestial bodies suspended nearer to the terrain. The lunar body appeared near sufficiently to contact. Beyond existed the paradise where Enoch had been claimed, a garden of perpetual springtime where mortality and deterioration had never penetrated. Mahaway traversed streams of illumination that flowed upward to the paradises. He advanced guardian creatures with vision of flame who questioned his authority to advance. The writing articulates of enigmas he resolved, of designations of authority he articulated that revealed celestial portals. With each threshold traversed, Mahaway experienced himself transforming, becoming smaller in the existence of superior and superior sanctity. At last, following what appeared like an era, Mahaway arrived at the boundary of paradise. The environment here was pleasant, with perfumes unfamiliar to Earth. Illumination surfaced not from solar body or lunar body, yet from the genuine structure of creation itself. And there, maintaining a garden of improbable blossoms, positioned Enoch, the individual who traveled with the divine. Not a titan or celestial being or demon ventured approach this location uninvited. Nevertheless, Mahaway, propelled by the franticness of his doomed lineage, assembled his courage and plummeted. The terrain did not fracture beneath his extremities here as it accomplished in the territories of individuals. Instead, he discovered himself weightless as consideration, positioning before the ancient recorder, who gazed upon him not with terror, yet with gentle compassion. Their encounter signified an instant when two realms contacted, the domain of the condemned and the sanctuary of the redeemed. Mahaway, offspring of descended celestial beings, confronted Enoch, cherished of paradise. The Titan inclined before the mortal, a gesture that would have been inconceivable in the realm beneath. With trembling utterance he communicated the communication from his brothers, a petition for clemency, a request for insight, a frantic optimism for certain method to evade the approaching deluge. This expedition, portrayed in fragmentary writings retrieved from ancient caverns, positions as one of the most haunting episodes in the Book of Giants. It articulates to the liminal essence of the Nephilim themselves, neither completely divine nor mortal, pursuing responses in domains where they did not belong. Mahaway's travel constitutes their final optimism, a frantic arriving across universal thresholds by creatures who had already violated the sequence of creation by their mere presence. And as we shall perceive, the response Mahaway acquired would deliver no solace to the Titans, anticipating his return, Titans in panic. Dread proliferated through the encampments of the Titans, as visions of annihilation visited them evening following evening. The portions of the Book of Giants illustrate an intense representation of these powerful creatures, reduced to trembling terror. Oya envisioned of a luxuriant garden annihilated by flame. Haya perceived a stone tablet bearing the designations of the Titans gradually being cleansed by liquid. Others envisioned of restraints securing their extremities, of obscurity consuming the solar body, of celestial bodies descending like rainfall. With each advancing evening, their visions became more intense, more horrifying. The Titans, who had previously stalked the terrain as existing deities, presently assembled collectively, conveying their nightmares in hushed utterances. Certain refused the dreams, clinging to their conviction in their personal immortality. Others descended into despair, relinquishing their celebrations and revelry for somber contemplation of the termination. In one especially haunting section, the writing portrays how Gilgamesh expressed openly before his brothers. This powerful combatant who had eliminated monsters and scaled peaks presently discovered himself undone by visions of liquid ascending above the supreme summits. "Even the tallest among us will not endure," he lamented. "Nor will the most powerful among us repel the liquids." The panic proliferated beyond the Titans to their mortal adherents. Organizations that had venerated these creatures as deities presently perceived their representations shaken by terror. Spiritual leaders, who had performed violent ceremonies in their designations, discovered their questions encountered with confused quietness or fury. The sequence these creatures had founded, tainted and brutal though it existed, initiated to disintegrate as their terror became recognized. Certain Titans directed attention to brutality, as if endeavoring to oppose the approaching condemnation through absolute force. They assaulted mortal communities with restored fury, erected superior tributes to their personal magnificence, and required additional offerings from their venerators. Yet these behaviors delivered them no tranquility. Each evening, the visions returned, more intense than previously. Others pursued escape. They excavated deep into peak territories, generating enormous caverns they considered would protect them from the approaching deluge. They erected enormous vessels of timber and pitch, crude reproductions of what Noah was constructing beneath heavenly direction. Yet their endeavors were tainted by their tainted essence, doomed to fail before they initiated. The most frantic among them directed attention to sorcery, employing the prohibited understanding their fathers had delivered from paradise. They projected enchantments intended to govern the climate, to restrain rainfall and pacify tempests. They illustrated representations of authority on cavern surfaces, summoned designations that mortals were not intended to understand, and offered ever more precious entities in exchange for protection. As Mahaway expeditioned to discover Enoch, the panic among his category arrived at its summit. The portions portrayed assemblies of Titans in lowlands and on peak summits, their quantities so enormous that the terrain groaned beneath them. They examined strategies for endurance, contested above the significance of their visions, and occasionally struggled among themselves as their terror transformed to fury. The mortal women who had generated these creatures observed with sorrow as their offspring raged against a destiny they could not transform. Certain of these women, the writing indicates, had arrived to regret their pairing with the Watchers, perceiving presently the terrible essence of their children disclosed by terror. In their panic, the Titans disclosed something surprising, a capability for feeling surpassing appetite and fury. They demonstrated terror, certainly, yet also something resembling regret. In one portion, a Titan whose designation is forfeited to damage articulates of attractiveness they had annihilated, of purity they had tainted, of a realm they had assisted to devastate. It constitutes an instant of self-consciousness uncommon in these writings, a glimpse of awareness awakening merely before its extinction. As days advanced with no expression from Mahaway, the panic only intensified. Titans who had never experienced supplication initiated to call outward to paradise, though they feared no response would arrive. Those who had celebrated in their power presently experienced its boundaries. Those who had ridiculed mortal vulnerability presently envied the possibility of clemency extended to Noah and his relatives. And still the visions arrived, evening following evening, of liquid ascending above the peaks, of obscurity claiming the realm. Enoch's vision. When Mahaway ultimately positioned before Enoch in that domain surpassing the realm, the ancient recorder's perception was saturated with neither hatred nor terror. Instead, they maintained something the Titan had never confronted previously, heavenly compassion blended with unyielding truth. Enoch, previously an individual of flesh and circulation, presently resided in communion with perpetual authorities. His existence radiated illumination that rendered Mahaway protect his perception. Enoch attended silently as the Titan communicated his communication, imploring for certain method to evade the approaching condemnation. When Mahaway completed, articulating, a quietness descended above the garden. Winged creatures ceased their melodies. Foliage halted their gentle movement. Even the liquids of paradise became motionless, as if creation itself anticipated for Enoch's reply. "I have perceived what is to arrive," Enoch ultimately articulated, his utterance gentle, nevertheless transporting the burden of prophecy. "Paradise has demonstrated me the purification of the realm. I have observed the securing of your fathers in restraints of obscurity. I have perceived the termination of your category inscribed in the celestial bodies." The ancient recorder subsequently enclosed his perception, and as he accomplished, dreams manifested in the environment surrounding them, representations constituted not of illumination or shadow, yet of pure truth rendered visible. Mahaway perceived the paradises reveal, and liquids plummet like curtains of condemnation. He perceived his brothers crying outward as peaks disappeared beneath waves. He perceived the Watchers, secured and powerless, observing the annihilation of their offspring. 300 years, Enoch persisted, your fathers have expressed for you. They have implored for clemency, yet their petitions echo in chambers where they cannot be perceived. They selected their trajectory when they relinquished their stations in paradise. They enclosed your destiny when they claimed mortal spouses and imparted what was prohibited. The dreams transformed to demonstrate the realm before the taint. Verdant gardens, tranquil beings, mortals existing in balance with terrain and paradise. Subsequently arrived the descent of the Watchers, delivering understanding that consumed like flame, cravings that devoured like appetite, authority that crushed like stone. Observe upon what existed and what presently is, Enoch articulated, gesturing to the dreams. Observe upon what should have existed and what your category has fashioned instead. The terrain groans beneath your burden. The circulation of purity cries outward from the terrain. Even the creatures of the territory escape from your shadow. Mahaway descended to his extremities, overwhelmed by the truth disclosed in Enoch's vision. He perceived how the Titans manifested from Paradise's viewpoint, not powerful champions, yet terrible distortions of the organic sequence. He glimpsed, for conceivably the initial period, the dread his category had delivered to the realm. Does no optimism exist? Mahaway requested, his utterance reduced to a murmur. Enoch's countenance moderated slightly. The liquids will arrive, he articulated. This cannot be transformed. Yet there exists a truth surpassing this condemnation that even I can scarcely glimpse. Clemency flows more profoundly than justice. Affection arrives farther than commandment. What this signifies for your category I cannot articulate, yet nothing that exists is ever completely forfeited to the one who fashioned all entities. These expressions, cryptic though they existed, would subsequently be comprehended by certain researchers to reference the metamorphosis of the Titan essences following mortality, their persistence as beings of another category. Yet for Mahaway, they presented minimal solace, confronting immediate annihilation. Enoch subsequently positioned his extremities on tablets of stone that manifested before him. Expressions of flame etched themselves into the rock, a communication for the Titans, a concluding pronouncement of their destiny, expressions of both condemnation and truth. He transferred these tablets to Mahaway. "Return to your brothers," Enoch instructed. "Deliver them these expressions. They cannot transform what is approaching, yet conceivably in comprehension, they may discover something resembling tranquility." As Mahaway prepared to depart, Enoch presented one concluding insight. The deluge arrives not from hatred, yet from affection. Affection for creation itself, which must be purified to endure. Recall this when the liquids ascend. With these expressions resonating in his consciousness, Mahaway departed paradise, the tablets burdensome in his extremities, the load of understanding more burdensome still in his consciousness. The conflict of the Titans. The return of Mahaway with Enoch's tablets signified the commencement of the termination for the Titans. As he examined the expressions of condemnation to his assembled brothers, the response was not uniform acceptance, yet brutal division. The Book of Giants portrays how the previously united offspring of the Watchers fractured into factions, each responding distinctly to the understanding of their impending doom. Certain Titans, guided by Ohia, requested repentance. Though the tablets presented no trajectory to redemption, this category considered that confronting their termination with worthiness might grant them certain clemency in whatever existed beyond mortality. They ceased their predation of mortals, retreated to isolated locations, and consumed their concluding days in solemn contemplation. Others, with Gilgamesh among their commanders, refused to accept destiny passively. They suggested a frantic design to erect a barrier so elevated it would ascend above the approaching flood liquids. The portions portrayed their endeavors to accumulate peak upon peak, uprooting complete woodlands for timber, governing their mortal captives to labor until they descended deceased from exhaustion. Yet the most extensive faction, guided by the intense Hahia, selected a distinct trajectory, one of opposition through brutality. "If we are to perish," Hahia proclaimed, "we will depart nothing behind for whoever arrives following." This category embarked on a campaign of annihilation unmatched even by their previous atrocities. They poisoned wells, consumed fields, massacred not merely mortals, yet every existing entity they confronted. What initiated as philosophical disagreement before long escalated to bodily struggle. Titans, who had previously struggled side by side, presently directed their supernatural power against each alternative. The writings portray conflicts that reshaped lowlands into grasslands, that depleted streams with circulation, that toppled peaks with the force of their impacts. One especially intense section conveys of Oya confronting Hahia, brother against brother. "Would you render our concluding days a testament to our monstrosity?" Oya requested. "We were originating of paradise and terrain. Can we not perish with both worthiness and regret?" Haya's reply arrived not in expressions, yet in brutality. The conflict between these siblings endured 7 days and evenings, each impact powerful sufficiently to fracture the terrain. Their combat generated a canyon that saturated with liquid, constituting a water body that would subsequently be designated for their circulation. While the Titans conflicted amongst themselves, the handful of mortals who had remained liberated from their impact observed from concealment. The writing incorporates a touching spectacle where an elderly woman observing the struggle from a peak cavern clarifies to her descendants, Even terrors feared mortality. Even the powerful tremble before condemnation. The conflict developed beyond bodily combat. Titans, who had received magical understanding from their fathers, presently unleashed these authorities against their relatives. Enchantments that governed climate were transformed into armaments. Ceremonies intended to summon essences presently summoned destructive powers. The genuine disciplines that had tainted humanity transformed into instruments in the Titans' internal struggle. In the midst of this disorder, a smaller category constituted surrounding Mahaway. These Titans, influenced by their emissaries' portrayal of Enoch's compassion, pursued a middle trajectory. They neither indulged in concluding annihilation nor pretended they could evade condemnation. Instead, they assembled the understanding their fathers had delivered from paradise and labored to maintain it, considering that something of their presence should endure even if they did not. The conflict among the Titans weakened them all. Creatures who might have presented a united confrontation against the approaching deluge instead exhausted themselves in struggle. The writing indicates this internal conflict was itself portion of the heavenly design, that the Titans, had they remained united, might have discovered certain method to endure, or at minimum to cause even superior harm before the termination. As the days advanced and indicators of the approaching catastrophe multiplied, the struggling progressively subsided. Exhaustion displaced fury. The Titans gazed upon what they had accomplished to each alternative and discovered too late a perception of kinship in their conveyed destiny. Previous adversaries positioned collectively on peak summits, observing tempest formations assemble on the boundary. Previous allies separated methods, each pursuing their personal location to confront the termination. In the concluding days before the deluge, the conflict had reduced their quantities substantially. Numerous existed deceased in lowlands and grasslands, their tremendous bodies transforming into portion of the landscape. Others were wounded, surpassing retrieval, anticipating for the liquids to claim them. The survivors, depleted and divided, no longer posed the danger to creation they previously had, and thus, without understanding it, the Titans had engaged in their personal annihilation. Their conflict had accomplished what their father's uprising could not. It had delivered them to the threshold of modesty. As the initial rainfall initiated to descend, the enduring Titans gazed upward at the dimming firmament with something novel in their perception, not merely terror, yet comprehension. Hybrid mythologies. The Book of Giants positions at a noteworthy intersection of ancient narration. Its sections weave collectively threads from Jewish tradition, Mesopotamian legend, and subsequent Manichaean conviction, generating a tapestry where familiar figures manifest in unfamiliar frameworks. Conceivably most remarkable is the existence of Gilgamesh, the legendary Sumerian monarch, reimagined as one of the powerful Nephilim. The ancient narrators who fashioned these writings existed in a realm where thresholds separating cultural traditions were more flexible than we might envision. They appropriated unreservedly from neighboring mythologies, discovering resonances of their personal convictions in foreign accounts. In their consciousness, these weren't separate narratives, yet distinct glimpses of the identical concealed truth. Gilgamesh penetrates the account not as the champion pursuing immortality from older compositions, yet as a titan confronting inevitable annihilation. His previous quests for perpetual existence assume novel significance when positioned against the background of the approaching deluge. The Mesopotamian deluge champion Utnapishtim, who in the initial legend grants Gilgamesh insight regarding mortality, is displaced by Enoch, who communicates not insight for endurance, yet verification of doom. This blending of traditions discloses something meaningful regarding ancient comprehension. These composers didn't perceive themselves as generating fiction, yet as uncovering chronicle. If their neighbors conveyed accounts of powerful creatures before an enormous deluge, certainly these must constitute the identical titans referenced in their personal sacred writings. The distinctions were merely matters of viewpoint, designations transformed in translation, details forfeited or appended through generations of oral conveying. Hebrew expressions like Nephilim and Watcher manifest alongside Mesopotamian designations. Enoch travels in the identical account landscape as Gilgamesh. The paradisiacal domain of Jewish celestial beings mingles with the universal terrain of Sumerian legend. Even the deluge itself transports resonances of numerous traditions: the scriptural catastrophe dispatched by Yahweh, the Mesopotamian deluge ordered by Enlil, the purifying liquids discovered in legends surrounding the realm. The portions portray how titans bore designations recognized across numerous territories. What one culture identified as Humbaba, another might understand as Hahya. The terror eliminated in one champion's account might constitute the ancestor venerated in another's ancestry. These hybrid recognitions indicate ancient consciousness that distinct peoples were conveying the identical narratives through distinct cultural perspectives. This mythological blending conveys to us something regarding the realm that generated these writings. It constituted a location of cultural exchange, where travelers transported narratives across thresholds, where dominated peoples adopted their dominators' deities while sustaining their personal, where merchants exchanged not merely commodities, yet concepts in bustling marketplaces and caravans. The existence of Gilgamesh among the scriptural titans might appear surprising to contemporary readers who position these traditions in separate classifications. Yet ancient audiences would have discovered it organic. Their realm was saturated with connections we've since forfeited, designs acknowledged across cultural thresholds. They existed nearer to these narratives, perceiving them not as foreign legends, yet as resonances of their personal ancestral recollections. Subsequently, when the Book of Giants was adopted into Manichaean writings, another layer of significance was appended. Mani, the prophet of this dualistic faith, integrated these titans into his universal vision of illumination versus obscurity. The Nephilim transformed, symbolic of the blend of spiritual illumination captured in material obscurity, creatures with heavenly components tainted by their bodily essence. In the Manichaean interpretation, the Titans' annihilation by liquid constituted not merely heavenly condemnation, yet the persistent universal conflict separating opposing powers. Their spiritual essence, discharged from tainted bodies, persisted to assume a position in the cosmic theater. Here, the Book of Giants surpassed its origins to transform into portion of a novel, spiritual framework spanning continents. This layering of mythologies reminds us that ancient writings rarely exist in isolation. They mature from conveyed terrain, extensions of older narratives arriving at novel audiences. The Book of Giants maintains not merely one tradition, yet a dialogue separating cultures, an acknowledgement that distinct peoples might be recalling the identical primordial occurrences. The hybrid essence of these narratives doesn't reduce their force. Instead, it indicates their resonance across mortal encounter. When numerous cultures maintain accounts of powerful creatures annihilated by deluge, we glimpse not merely conveyed literary concepts, yet conceivably conveyed recollection, a distant resonance of occurrences that departed their impression on collective awareness. As we investigate these portions, we're invited to examine with ancient perception, to perceive connections rather than contradictions, to value how narrators previously wove different threads into coherent tapestries. The existence of Gilgamesh among scriptural titans isn't confusion, yet synthesis, an acknowledgement that truth might be discovered at the intersection of traditions rather than within their thresholds. Tablets from Paradise. The stone tablets, Mahaway transported backward from Enoch, constituted more than merely a communication. They personified the concept of heavenly correspondence, rendered tangible. Throughout ancient traditions, paradisiacal insight arrived inscribed in stone, maintained for generations in a shape that neither flame nor deluge could effortlessly annihilate. These tablets from the Book of Giants resonate other sacred stones in spiritual chronicle, from Moses acquiring the Ten Commandments to the golden plates of Mormon tradition. When Mahaway positioned these tablets before his fellow titans, the portions convey to us they initially refused to observe upon them. The stones radiated an energy that consumed their perception, an illumination not of this realm. Only following 3 days of abstaining and preparation did they discover the courage to confront what was inscribed. The expressions themselves were portrayed as consuming like flame, nevertheless cold as frost. Truth so pure, it caused bodily torment to creatures whose presence violated universal commandment. What precisely did these tablets hold? The enduring portions presented glimpses rather than complete writing. They articulated of time measurements surpassing mortal comprehension, cycles of celestial bodies, and eras of the terrain. They detailed the offenses of the Watchers, catalogued with awful precision. They designated each Titan and portrayed their destiny with such distinctness that certain who perceived their designations examined aloud descended to the terrain as if already drowning. Most meaningfully, the tablets held a chronicle of the realm that differed from what the Titans understood. They absorbed, they weren't the initial powerful creatures to confront heavenly condemnation, nor would they constitute the final. They uncovered cycles of creation and annihilation, extending backward before mortal recollection. They perceived themselves not as powerful controllers, yet as a universal error before long to be corrected. The tablets also portrayed what would arrive following: a restored realm where liquids would withdraw, where Noah's relatives would multiply across purified territories, where novel nations would ascend without the shadow of Titans looming above them. This vision of a future without them penetrated more profoundly than any bodily danger. To understand you will be abandoned is conceivably the most genuine mortality. As the Titans examined these tablets, peculiar phenomena transpired surrounding them. The portions portray how terrain transformed to powder beneath the stones, how liquid refused to contact them, how creatures escaped from their existence. The tablets existed partially outside organic commandment, objects from another domain temporarily visiting this one. Most touchingly, the tablets held communications from the Watchers to their offspring. These descended celestial beings, already confined in obscurity, had been permitted to dispatch concluding expressions to their doomed children. Certain implored forgiveness for the inheritance of condemnation they had transferred downward. Others presented what minimal solace they could, articulating of presence surpassing bodily shape. A handful sustained their opposition, promoting their offspring to rage against the termination. The concept of tablets as heavenly correspondence instruments manifests across cultures for valid cause. Different from oral communications that transform with each conveying, stone maintains precisely what was inscribed. Different from prophecies that might be misinterpreted, inscribed condemnations depart minimal space for negotiation. The tablets delivered by Mahaway constituted an unalterable verdict, Paradise's concluding expression on the matter of the Titans. In certain portions, there exist suggestions that the Titans endeavored to generate their personal competing tablets, fashioning alternate chronicles and futures into stone. These mortal-fashioned counterfeits disintegrated to powder almost instantaneously, incapable to bear the burden of falsehood presented as perpetual truth. The contrast underscored the authenticity of Enoch's tablets, which remained intact regardless of the Titans' endeavors to annihilate them. The destiny of these tablets following the deluge remains an enigma contacted on in subsequent traditions. Certain indicate they were claimed backward to paradise before the liquids arrived. Others assert they were concealed in a peak that would remain above the flood liquids, maintained for subsequent eras. Still others consider they were metamorphosed into arrangements, their communication inscribed in celestial bodies for those with perception to perceive. What's distinct from the portions is that these tablets constituted a transforming point for the Titans. Following acquiring them, refusal transformed into impossibility. The privilege of disbelief was eliminated away, departing only the exposed truth of their circumstances. Certain responded with more profound brutality, others with acceptance, yet none could return to their previous condition of ignorant authority. In this method, the tablets mirror the function of heavenly disclosure throughout spiritual chronicle. They deliver understanding that metamorphoses the acquirer, requiring response rather than passive acquisition. The Titans who examined them transformed into the final of their category to understand their genuine location in the universal sequence before liquids eliminated their bodily existence from the terrain. Celestial beings in uprising. While the Titans' awful theater manifested on terrain, its origins existed in paradise. The Book of Giants presents tantalizing glimpses into the uprising that initiated everything, the descent of the Watchers. These weren't merely celestial beings, yet a particular classification of paradisiacal creatures charged with monitoring humanity without interference. Their descent from favor constituted not merely disobedience, yet a fundamental betrayal of their universal purpose. The portions designated particular watchers and detailed their violations with surprising specificity. Shemihaza, their commander, initially suggested the descent to Earth, pledging his companions to an awful agreement that secured them to their trajectory. Azazel imparted mortals to fashion armaments of conflict and decorations of vanity. Barakiel disclosed astrology, while Kokabeel demonstrated the significances of celestial indicators. Armoros imparted spell-breaking, Shamsiel the indicators of the solar body, and Sariel the trajectories of the lunar body. Each celestial creature specialized in understanding that mortals were not intended to control, at minimum not presently, not in this method, not without the insight to employ it appropriately. Their teachings constituted not enlightenment yet premature disclosure, universal mysteries unveiled before humanity had cultivated the ethical foundation to manage them responsibly. The writing portrays their uprising not as a solitary instant, yet as a progressive seduction. Initially, the Watchers merely monitored mortals more attentively than their mandate permitted. They discovered themselves attracted to mortal women whose attractiveness awakened cravings unfamiliar to celestial creatures. They initiated to materialize bodily shapes, at first merely to travel among mortals undetected, subsequently to encounter bodily sensations previously unfamiliar to them. What renders this narrative especially touching is that the Watchers' descent arrived not from hatred of paradise, yet from attraction with terrain. They didn't reject heavenly illumination, yet transformed, entranced by a distinct category of attractiveness. Their transgression wasn't primarily arrogance, yet inappropriate affection, craving directed toward creatures they should have protected rather than controlled. In certain portions, we glimpse the instant of selection, when the Watchers eliminated their paradisiacal garments, portrayed as robes of illumination, and adopted bodies of flesh. The writing indicates this metamorphosis was tormented, a compression of celestial essence into material shape. Nevertheless, they discovered the discomfort worth enduring for the novel sensations that anticipated them on Earth. Once personified, the Watchers uncovered feelings previously unfamiliar: possessiveness, competitive craving, the requirement to impress, the terror of rejection. These novel emotions confused creatures habituated to the distinctness of paradisiacal purpose. They initiated competing among themselves for mortal focus, each endeavoring to present more impressive understanding, more attractive manifestations, more compelling exhibitions of authority. The Book of Giants illustrates their uprising as tragic rather than merely wicked. These constituted creatures who had positioned in heavenly existence, who had observed creation manifest, who had been entrusted with monitoring above humanity's advancement. Their descent constituted not merely personal failure, yet universal tragedy, guardians transforming into predators, shepherds transforming into predators. As the Watchers founded themselves on Earth, they organized into something resembling a dominion. The portions portrayed their peak stronghold, a location where paradise and terrain appeared to encounter, where mortals arrived, pursuing understanding, and where the Watchers' offspring were generated. This domain existed as a tainted mirror of heavenly sequence, with Shemihaza as its obscure controller. The writing articulates of assemblies where the descended celestial beings assembled to convey revelations regarding material presence, to contrast their mortal spouses, to celebrate regarding their children. These encounters mimicked the paradisiacal councils they had previously attended, yet with purpose distorted toward terrestrial authority rather than heavenly balance. Most touchingly, the portions indicate instants of uncertainty among the watchers. Certain initiated to question their selection as they observed the ramifications manifesting. They perceived their Titan offspring devouring provisions at unsustainable velocities, horrifying mortals, distorting the organic sequence. They acknowledged too late that understanding conveyed without insight generates not to elevation yet to taint. By the period the Watchers understood their error, it existed too late to reverse trajectory. Their offspring roamed the terrain, implementing distorted interpretations of paradisiacal understanding. The mortals they had pursued to impress presently escaped from them in dread. The realm they had discovered so fascinating was being annihilated by their interference. The Book of Giants portrays how Paradise's patience ultimately terminated. The archangels Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel were dispatched to address the crisis. Their manifestation on terrain signified the commencement of condemnation, not merely for the Titans, yet for their insurgent fathers as well. In a spectacle of universal meaning, the Watchers were secured in restraints of obscurity, restricted to a domain separating realms until concluding condemnation. They could perceive the earth, yet no longer contact it. They could observe the ramifications of their behaviors manifest, yet accomplish nothing to interfere. Most cruelly, they could observe the approaching doom of their offspring without presenting any assistance. This confinement constituted the supreme irony for creatures whose genuine designation, Watchers, defined their initial purpose. They were presently compelled to observe as their uprising's ramifications manifested to their tragic conclusion. From their imprisonment, they dispatched visions to their Titan children, endeavoring to caution them of approaching condemnation. Yet, merely as mortals had misemployed the Watchers' understanding, the Titans misinterpreted their father's vision, cautions, until Mahaway's expedition delivered clarity too late for redemption. Prohibited understanding. At the center of the Book of Giants exists a meaningful meditation on understanding, its authority, its perils, and the question of what mortals were intended to understand. The writing catalogues with noteworthy detail the disciplines and sciences the Watchers disclosed to humanity before the deluge. These weren't straightforward abilities, yet transformative methods that fundamentally altered the mortal connection with the organic realm. The portions portray how Azazel imparted mortals to extract metals from the terrain's depths, to shape armaments of conflict, and to fashion ornaments that provoked vanity. Before his instruction, mortals had existed with what the territory provided. Following, they initiated to extract provisions with expanding appetite, to decorate themselves with terrain's treasures, to harm one another with progressively sophisticated instruments of brutality. Shemihaza disclosed the characteristics of vegetation and minerals, not merely for restoration, yet for transforming awareness, for provoking visions, for connecting with domains surpassing typical perception. Understanding, intended to deliver communion with nature, instead generated dependency and escape from reality. The portions convey how Barakiel unveiled the courses of celestial bodies, instructing mortals to examine significance in celestial designs. This astronomy rapidly transformed into astrology, not merely mapping the paradises, yet considering they governed mortal destiny. Individuals who had previously perceived celestial bodies as magnificent illuminations presently viewed them as governing powers, transforming accountability for their behaviors to distant paradisiacal bodies. Kokabeel demonstrated mortals how to decipher portents in organic phenomena. Winged creature travels, creature conducts, climate designs. What initiated as practical climate prediction matured into superstition. Individuals who had existed in balance with nature's rhythms presently feared them, perceiving dangers and cautions in every organic occurrence. Amoros imparted spell-breaking, yet in accomplishing thus disclosed the concept of enchantments themselves. Protective understanding transformed into aggressive magic. Mortals absorbed to curse as well as bless, to secure as well as discharge. The portions portray settlements torn, separated by accusations of malevolent sorcery, by terror of invisible assaults, by perpetual spiritual conflict. Most perilous was the understanding of inscription itself. The Watchers imparted mortals to document and maintain information across generations. This offering, conceivably more than any alternative, metamorphosed mortal encounter. No longer dependent on recollection and oral tradition, understanding could accumulate, surpassing what any solitary consciousness could maintain. Insight, that might have been acquired through direct encounter, could presently be obtained through examination, yet without the temperance that encounter delivers. What renders the Book of Giants so thought-provoking is its indication that civilization itself, with its methods, disciplines, and sciences, initiated as a category of universal violation. The understanding mortals weren't intended to control, nevertheless wasn't wicked in itself, yet premature, resembling providing a child an authority instrument before they comprehend its perils. The Watchers granted capabilities without the insight to employ them appropriately. The portions hold an especially moving section where an unnamed Watcher reflects on what he has accomplished. We have provided them flame before they absorbed, not to consume themselves. We have provided them metal before they absorbed, not to shape restraints. We have provided them celestial bodies before they absorbed, not to stray from their trajectory. This viewpoint invites us to regard whether understanding without ethical advancement generates inevitably to annihilation. The pre-flood realm illustrated in these writings accomplished technological sophistication, yet ethical bankruptcy. They could erect enormous urban centers, yet not sustain justice within them. They could anticipate celestial occurrences, yet not govern their personal most terrible impulses. The Watchers' understanding accelerated mortal advancement, yet short-circuited mortal insight. It generated authority without moderation, capability without awareness. The deluge arrived not merely to penalize wickedness, yet to reset this imbalance, to provide humanity a renewed commencement where ethical and spiritual maturation might precede technological progression. In certain portions, Noah is illustrated as maintaining not merely creature varieties, yet selected understanding as well. The writing indicates he was directed to redeem what mortals were prepared for, while permitting the most perilous mysteries to be cleansed away. This curated preservation permitted post-flood civilization to advance in a more balanced method, with technological progression paced to ethical capability. The Book of Giants thus presents a nuanced perception of understanding itself, neither inherently righteous nor wicked, yet powerful, necessitating appropriate framework and maturity. This concept resonates through subsequent spiritual traditions, from the vegetation of understanding in Eden to Prometheus, appropriating flame from the deities. It mirrors a universal mortal anxiety regarding whether our capabilities have surpassed our insight. Conceivably most remarkable is the writing's indication that particular understanding was invariably intended for mortals, ultimately, merely not all, simultaneously. Not without preparation, not without heavenly direction. The Watcher's transgression wasn't conveying heavenly mysteries, yet short-circuiting humanity's developmental timeline, generating authority without corresponding accountability. In this illumination, the deluge manifests not merely as penalty, yet as protection, a universal reset, permitting humanity to redevelop at a more sustainable velocity. The Titans, products of premature understanding and inappropriate pairing, constituted what occurs when organic thresholds are traversed too rapidly. Their annihilation cleared the method for mortal advancement to advance along its intended trajectory. Women of Earth. Frequently disregarded in examinations of the Book of Giants are the mortal women who generated the Nephilim. These unnamed mothers position at the intersection of mortal and divine, their bodies the vessels through which universal thresholds were violated. The portions present tantalizingly transient glimpses of these women. Nevertheless, their existence raises meaningful questions regarding consent, craving, and the female encounter of this supernatural theater. The writings portray how the Watchers initially noticed mortal women while monitoring from their paradisiacal stations. They were affected by their attractiveness, a concept conceivably distinct from paradisiacal magnificence, terrestrial, energetic, and mysteriously attractive to creatures who have only celestial flawlessness. What initiated as attraction matured into craving, and craving ultimately overcame their heavenly mandate. The portions articulate of women selected by the Watchers, chosen for their attractiveness, their power, or certain attribute visible only to celestial perception. Certain traditions indicate these women were complemented by celestial focus, voluntarily accepting these powerful creatures as partners. Others suggested compulsion, at creatures of overwhelming authority, claiming what they craved from mortals incapable to refuse. The truth probably incorporates both accounts, certain women elevated by their selection, others victimized by it. What must it have existed like to generate a child of blended inheritance? The writings portray pregnancies of unusual duration and difficulty, with mothers becoming progressively weak as their unborn offspring extracted supernatural power from their bodies. Numerous perished in childbirth, their structures incapable to communicate, creatures already exceeding mortal newborns. Those who endured confronted the assignment of raising offspring who rapidly outgrew any possibility of maternal governance. An especially moving portion portrays a woman who observes her Titan offspring from concealment, incapable to approach him as he rends vegetation from the terrain and devours complete herds of livestock. "My body fashioned this," she murmurs to herself. "Nevertheless, I no longer acknowledge anything of myself within him." This touching alienation to generate existence that transforms unidentifiable captures the tragedy of these mothers. Certain women constituted settlements surrounding their conveyed encounter. The portions reference peak assemblies where mothers of Titans exchanged understanding, sustained one another through difficult origins, and accumulated provisions to satisfy their ever-hungry offspring. These women cultivated herbalism and midwifery, surpassing what alternative mortals understood, necessity propelling innovation as they coped with their unusual maternal loads. Not all the women remained faithful to their celestial partners. Certain escaped when they understood what they had invited into their existences. Others constituted protective circles surrounding purely mortal settlements, employing their understanding of the Watchers' vulnerabilities to found secure refuges. A handful transformed into intermediaries, separating the Titans and horrified mortal populations, negotiating conditions that might spare communities from annihilation. The Book of Giants indicates certain women obtained unusual longevity through their association with the Watchers, existing to perceive numerous generations of typical mortals advance while their Titan children still roam the terrain as young adults. This extended lifespan transformed into both blessing and malediction. Additional period to exist, yet additional period to observe the expanding taint of the realm their offspring assisted to generate. Conceivably most heart-wrenching are portions portraying mothers who acknowledged the monstrosity of their children, nevertheless couldn't relinquish maternal affection. They delivered offerings to Titans who scarcely recognized them, maintained wounds of creatures who caused innumerable wounds themselves, articulated lullabies to beings who had extended since abandoned tenderness. Their affection remained even when reciprocation failed. A thoroughly mortal constancy directed toward progressively inhuman offspring. As indicators of the approaching deluge multiplied, these women confronted impossible selections. Certain endeavored to caution their Titan offspring only to be disregarded or ridiculed. Others endeavored to erect refuges, understanding such endeavors were futile against heavenly condemnation. A handful, the writing suggests, selected to accept the approaching liquids, weary of existing in a realm tainted surpassing acknowledgement, nevertheless mourning the offspring they would forfeit. In uncommon portions, we glimpse women who arrive to regret their pairings with the Watchers, who perceived the ramifications manifest and desire they had selected distinctly. One section portrays a mother climbing a peak to address the paradises directly. I did not understand what I invited into my body, into our realm. The attractiveness that attracted me concealed a dread I could not envision. If condemnation must arrive, permit it arrive. Yet understand that certain of us comprehend our error and would reverse it if we could. This viewpoint remorse, mingled with acceptance, presents a meaningfully mortal response to universal occurrences surpassing mortal governance. These women, participants in a theatre not of their fashioning, confronted its ramifications with distinctness. Numerous of their celestial partners possessed insufficient. They observed the taint of creation firsthand, raising its agents while occasionally acknowledging the necessity of its purification. The women of Earth, excessively frequently reduced to nameless victims or footnotes in the account, actually constitute its most intricate ethical viewpoint. Neither completely culpable like the Watchers, nor completely pure like uninvolved mortals, they occupied the space separating affection, what they should conceivably terror, sustaining what would ultimately annihilate, transporting within their bodies the literal pairing of paradise and terrain, proceeding incorrect. Their absence from considerable of the writing articulates to ancient patriarchal viewpoints, yet the portions that do maintain their utterances disclose dimensions of the narrative otherwise forfeited. Through them, we glimpse not merely the bodily reality of generating titans, yet the feeling intricacy of affection offspring who transform into terrors, of observing universal errors you assisted generate, of positioning at the threshold, separating mortal boundary and heavenly violation. Ultimately, most conveyed the destiny of their titan offspring, claimed by the identical liquids that cleansed away all traces of the realm before the deluge. Nevertheless, their encounter, documented in these portions that endured millennia, presents a window into conceivably the most mortal aspect of this supernatural account: the capability to experience affection, even what might annihilate us, and the insight to acknowledge when that affection is insufficient to prevent necessary terminations. Taint of creation. Surpassing the Titan's brutality against mortals, the Book of Giants portrays a more profound violation, the systematic taint of the organic realm itself. As offspring of creatures who had observed creation, the Titans controlled instinctive understanding of existence's designs and thresholds. What they possessed insufficient was respect for these thresholds, generating to experiments that violated the founded sequence of existing entities. The portions portray how Titans captured creatures of distinct varieties and compelled them to reproduce, generating hybrid beings never intended to exist. These chimeric creatures controlled attributes of numerous creatures: the power of one, the senses of another, the disposition of a third. Certain could not endure their personal abnormal composition, experiencing transient existences of torment. Others flourished in terrible methods, transforming into predators more intense than anything organic selection had generated. Not satisfied with creature hybridization, certain Titans initiated experimenting with vegetation existence. They grafted toxic varieties onto sustaining ones, generating fruits that manifested wholesome yet poisoned those who devoured them. They cultivated vegetation that matured with abnormal velocity, whose roots fractured foundations and whose tendrils strangled native varieties. Through these botanical experiments, they generated agricultural disorder that menaced sustenance supplies for typical mortals. Most troubling were endeavors to blend mortal and creature essence. The writings suggest that ceremonies where Titans merged circulation and tissue from distinct varieties, generating creatures that opposed categorization, not completely mortal, not completely creature, existing in a threshold space with no location in organic sequence. These experiments generated experiencing for all involved. Nevertheless, the Titans persisted them from inquisitiveness and the craving to exhibit their authority above creation. The portions indicate these violations weren't arbitrary, yet systematic endeavors to reverse engineer creation itself, to comprehend its principles through disruption rather than observation. The Titans, conceivably pursuing to recapture the creative authority their celestial fathers had observed, instead generated only distortion and experiencing. Their experiments disclosed not insight, yet its absence, understanding without comprehension, authority without accountability. As these abnormal creations multiplied, they disrupted environments already strained by the Titans' tremendous cravings. Varieties that had existed in equilibrium for millennia suddenly confronted competitors with advantages no organic evolution could have generated. Sustenance networks disintegrated, predator-prey connections destabilized, the attentively orchestrated balance of nature initiated to fracture beneath pressures it was never blueprint to endure. One portion portrays woodlands where no winged creature melodies could be perceived, where abnormal predators had eliminated all typical wildlife. Another articulates of streams flowing foul with the waste of titangent cultivated beings whose digestive arrangements generated toxins no organic waterway could process. The writing illustrates a realm progressively alienated from its initial blueprint, where taint proliferated like contagion from the Titans' laboratories and cultivation areas. Surpassing bodily manipulation, the Titans tainted creation through spiritual pollution. The writings articulate of ceremonies where they offered creatures in methods that discharged negative energies, where they articulated expressions that altered the subtle vibrations of locations previously sacred. Peaks where they resided transformed void of particular vegetation that would not mature in their existence. Springs near their habitations flowed harsh or depleted completely. This systematic taint arrived at its summit in what the portions identify as the blending of all thresholds. Titans initiated wearing garments fashioned from impossible combinations, the covering of predator and prey stitched collectively, the plumage of winged creatures that would never organically assemble collectively. They erected residences of materials that opposed each alternative, compelling stone and timber and metal to coexist in methods that generated subtle disharmonies. They devoured sustenance combinations that violated organic classifications, blending carnivore and herbivore consumptions indiscriminately. These behaviors might appear trivial contrasted to their brutality against mortals, yet the Book of Giants presents them as equally meaningful violations. By tainting the designs founded at creation, the Titans were effectively proclaiming conflict not merely on mortals, yet on the universal sequence itself. Their hybridization experiments constituted not merely scientific inquisitiveness, yet uprising against founded thresholds, a persistence of their father's initial transgression of traversing the paradise terrain divide. What rendered these violations especially tragic was that they originated from a distorted interpretation of heavenly creative authority. The Titans, receiving portions of their father's celestial understanding, controlled authentic insight into how existing entities functioned. Yet, without the insight to direct this understanding, without respect for the purpose behind organic thresholds, their creative behaviors generated only taint. As condemnation drew near, the writing portrays how even the terrain itself initiated to reject the Titans and their creations. Terrain transformed barren beneath their extremities, liquid transformed stagnant at their contact. The genuine elements uprising against creatures who had so thoroughly violated their organic functions. This bodily rejection mirrored the universal rejection that would before long manifest as flood liquids ascending to purify the tainted realm. The Book of Giants thus presents an environmental dimension to heavenly condemnation. The deluge arrived not merely to penalize ethical wickedness, yet to reset organic equilibriums, to purify creation of hybrid taints, to restore thresholds the Titans had systematically violated. It constituted not merely heavenly fury, yet heavenly restoration, tormented yet necessary surgery to eliminate taint that menaced the complete existing arrangement. In this illumination, Noah's vessel assumes appended meaning. It maintained not merely creature varieties, yet appropriate classifications, pure and impure, male and female, based on their categories. The attentive cataloging and separation sustained organic thresholds the Titans had endeavored to eliminate. Noah's position was not merely preservation, yet purification, guaranteeing that post-flood creation would manifest based on its initial blueprint, liberated from the distortions introduced by the Titans' experiments. This aspect of the account articulates with surprising relevance to contemporary preoccupations regarding genetic modification, variety extinction, and environmental disruption. The ancient writing raises questions regarding thresholds that still resonate, merely because we can merge and alter existing entities, should we? Where exists the boundary separating stewardship and violation? How do we equilibrium investigation of possibility with respect for founded designs? The Book of Giants indicates these questions are not merely practical yet spiritual, that our connection with the organic realm mirrors our connection with its creator. The Titans' taint of nature originated directly from their rejection of heavenly thresholds. Their propulsion to remake creation in their representation rather than maintain its integrity corresponds numerous contemporary methodologies to the organic realm. As the portions portray the concluding days before the deluge, they illustrate a realm so thoroughly tainted that restoration necessitated purification rather than reform. The hybrid beings, the polluted landscapes, the disrupted environments had advanced a point of no return. Creation itself, the writing indicates, cried outward for the liquids that would both annihilate and purify, terminating the Titans' experiments while generating space for existence to initiate again, based on its initial blueprint, the summons to paradise. The realm had matured, obscure with the shadows of Titans. Typical individuals existed in terror as these powerful creatures crushed everything in their trajectory. Residences were rendered separated, territories trampled, and existences claimed on impulses. Each evening, the cries of experiencing individuals ascended upward like vapor from a flame. These weren't merely any tears. They constituted supplications enclosed in franticness, petitions that climbed elevated than peak summits, the sobs of mothers who'd forfeited offspring, the murmurs of cultivators whose territories existed devastated, and the quiet mourning of elders who recalled superior days, all blended into one sorrowful melody. Earth itself appeared to express sorrow. Springs flowed muddy with circulation. Vegetation inclined low, as if inclining in sorrow. Creatures escaped to concealed locations, detecting the incorrectness that had settled above creation like a burdensome covering. The Titans celebrated while humanity famished. They claimed whatever they craved, sustenance, territory, and existences, with no consideration of tomorrow. Their expression boomed across lowlands as they engaged in amusements with boulders that crushed communities beneath. Nothing was sacred to them. Nothing was preserved. 4 mortals positioned outward among the experiencing. Their designations approximately abandoned, presently manifest in portions of ancient writings, righteous essences who refused to accept this shattered realm. They assembled on a moonless evening distant from the Titans' observant perception. Collectively, they fashioned a supplication different from any previously. "Perceive us," they summoned to the firmament. The terrain groans beneath the burden of brutality. Your creation experiences. Your offspring cry outward, "How extended must we endure?" This supplication traversed surpassing formations, surpassing celestial bodies, surpassing the partition that separates our realm from the divine. It penetrated the paradises like a projection discharged genuine, arriving before the seat of condemnation itself. Paradise stirred. The supplication had been perceived. Celestial beings assembled in gleaming halls. They articulated in utterances resembling distant thunder regarding the condition of the realm beneath. Reports flowed inward from observing essences who had observed the Titans' cruelty firsthand. Accounts of urban centers elevated, innocence devoured, and understanding misemployed, accumulated, elevated than the paradisiacal peaks. In quiet corners of paradise, the faithful celestial beings murmured regarding their descended brothers, the Watchers who had relinquished their stations for terrestrial pleasures. How distinct entities might have existed if they had remained faithful, how considerable experiencing might have been prevented. A selection constituted like crystal, expanding in motionless liquid. Paradise would no longer observe in quietness. The period for behavior had arrived, and the mechanisms of heavenly justice initiated to rotate. Illumination assembled, authority awakened, clemency and justice equilibrated on universal scales. The reply to humanity's summons was already advancing. Enoch's paradisiacal climb. In a modest residence distant from Titan domains existed an individual designated Enoch. His facial hair had matured white with years of insight, his perception distinct with comprehension. Different from most who concealed from the realm's terrors, Enoch traveled a distinct trajectory. He articulated with the divine daily, resembling a child conversing with a guardian. One evening, as Enoch rested, an illumination saturated his chamber. Not harsh, resembling morning's solar body, yet gentle, resembling dawn's initial suggestion. Two creatures positioned before him, their shapes transforming, separating mortal and something additional, something fashioned of illumination and purpose. "Arrive," they articulated simply, extending extremities that appeared woven from starlight. Enoch experienced no terror as he ascended from his resting location. His body experienced weightless, almost without mass, as if the commandments that secured flesh to terrain had loosened their grasp. The celestial beings, for that, constituted what they existed positioned on either side, and collectively they traversed through the surface of his residence as if it constituted merely mist. Upward they traversed, surpassing vegetation summits, surpassing formations. The realm beneath diminished until continents appeared, resembling patches on a covering. Celestial bodies matured, exceeding, no longer distant pinpricks, yet glowing spheres that hummed with illumination. Enoch advanced through layers of reality that mortal expressions struggled to capture. The initial paradise revealed before him, resembling a garden. Creatures of illumination maintained universal designs. They inclined respectfully as Enoch advanced, directed by his companions. The subsequent paradise disclosed the descended watchers restrained in obscurity, anticipating condemnation. They summoned outward to Enoch, imploring him to supplicate for them. Their previously magnificent shapes presently distorted with regret. Enoch's consciousness ached, yet his directors encouraged him onward. The third paradise bloomed with paradises surpassing envisionment. Vegetation bearing fruits of illumination, streams flowing with liquid crystal, and blossoms that articulated with gentle utterances. This, his directors clarified, anticipates those who remain faithful. Through the fourth and fifth paradises, Enoch traversed, observing the sequence of celestial bodies and the treasury of precipitation and frost, universal storehouses anticipating for the concluding days. In the sixth paradise, celestial being forces positioned in flawless formation, their armaments not fashioned of metal, yet of heavenly intention itself. They prepared for conflict against the taint beneath. Ultimately, the seventh paradise revealed before him. Here, expressions fail entirely. Heavenly illumination, pure and unfiltered, saturated everything in this location. Enoch positioned before the Ancient of Days, not in bodily shape as mortals comprehend it, yet as existence, as truth, as the source of all creation. Enoch descended to his extremities, nevertheless experienced elevated upward. He trembled, nevertheless discovered flawless tranquility. He existed silent, nevertheless communicated more profoundly than expressions permit. Here the enigma manifested. Enoch was metamorphosed, not merely instructed or conveyed, yet transformed. Understanding flowed into him, resembling liquid into parched terrain. He perceived the commencement of all entities and glimpsed conceivable terminations. He comprehended the heavenly design, its insight, its clemency, and its justice. The paradisiacal creatures summoned him by a novel designation, Metatron, a designation of enigma and significance that would resonate through subsequent mystical traditions. Though still mortal, Something additional had awakened within him. Most significantly, he acquired distinct vision of what must occur to the Titans and their Watcher fathers. The condemnation was not cruel, yet necessary, resembling severing away disease to redeem a body. Enoch's metamorphosis wasn't merely spiritual. Those who would subsequently perceive him would observe the illumination that appeared to radiate from within, how his perception maintained the manifestation of celestial bodies, how his expressions transported burden, surpassing their sound. When he returned to earth, he existed both Enoch and not Enoch, a courier separating realms, a connection separating paradise and humanity. And he transported paradise's communication backward to a realm drowning in the shadow of Titans. The enormous accusation. Paradise's courts assembled in solemn assembly, not in a structure fashioned of stone and timber, yet in a space woven from illumination and truth. Celestial beings positioned in innumerable ranks, their wings folded in respect, their countenances directed toward the center where justice would before long manifest. The accusation against the Watchers and their Titan offspring didn't arrive as a murmur, yet as a thunderous proclamation. Each offense was designated distinctly, articulated with neither fury nor satisfaction, yet with the steady utterance of truth that cannot be refused. They have dispersed the circulation of purity, arrived the initial charge, and representations manifested in the court. Communities elevated, offspring crying, circulation saturating into thirsty terrain. They have imparted what was prohibited, arrived the subsequent charge, and additional visions constituted, mortals absorbing to shape armaments, to generate poisons, to examine the celestial bodies for authority rather than insight. They have profaned their personal essence, arrived a third charge, and the court perceived the Watchers relinquishing their stations, claiming mortal spouses, generating existence that was never intended to exist. They have tainted creation itself, arrived the fourth charge, demonstrating Titans distorting creatures into novel shapes, blending varieties, fracturing the thresholds established since the commencement. Each accusation resonated, resembling a bell through the paradisiacal court. Each truth settled, resembling a burden on universal scales. The archangel Gabriel advanced forward, his existence brilliant, nevertheless somber. "I have traveled among them," he articulated. "I have observed their compositions. The cries of the righteous ascend day and evening without ceasing." Raphael articulated next, his utterance transporting the sorrow of a restorer who perceives wounds too profound to repair. The terrain itself is wounded, the organic sequence strains beneath the burden of their violations. Michael, supreme of the combatants, positioned elevated. If departed unchecked, nothing of the Creator's blueprint will remain. They devour without consideration, they annihilate without purpose. Uriel, keeper of insight, revealed his extremities to disclose a diminutive flame that demonstrated visions of the future. "Perceive what will arrive if this persists," he articulated simply, and all who gazed experienced profound dread. In the quietness that ensued, an utterance articulated, not loud, nevertheless saturating all spaces. It arrived from everywhere and nowhere, from the center of all entities, from surpassing time itself. "I have perceived, I have perceived, I have weighed." The condemnation was not articulated, yet merely transformed, recognized to all existing, settling into their comprehension, resembling dew on morning vegetation. The Watchers would be secured. The Titans would confront annihilation, the deluge would arrive. Yet initially, couriers would be dispatched. The four archangels inclined their countenances, accepting their sacred assignment. Each would assume a position in what was to arrive. Securing the descended, restoring the terrain, preparing for the purifying liquids, safeguarding the understanding that must endure. As the court dispersed, a quiet sorrow lingered. Even in justice, there existed sorrow for what had been forfeited, for the attractiveness that had transformed to taint, for brothers presently descended surpassing a rival. The accusation had been fashioned, the condemnation had been advanced. Presently, it would be transported outward. The four archangels, four creatures of illumination and purpose, prepared for their expedition to terrain. Not typical celestial beings, yet archangels, powerful ones who position nearest to the heavenly existence. Each transported portion of Paradise's authority, each assigned with a sacred obligation. Michael arrived initially, his existence resembling lightning held in shape. He constituted Paradise's combatant, whose designation signifies who resembles the divine. Though tranquil by essence, his power maintained no equal. Golden protection covered him. Not metal hammered by terrestrial extremities, yet righteousness rendered visible. His blade blazed with truth that severed through all deception. Gabriel positioned at his side, Paradise's courier, whose utterance could shake peaks or murmur solace to a frightened child. His designation signifies power of the divine, and his expressions transported burden, surpassing their sound. He would articulate Paradise's decrees, his utterance arriving at locations concealed from illumination. Raphael united them, the heavenly restorer whose contact could repair what was shattered. Divine has restored is the significance of his designation, and restoration flowed from his extremities, resembling liquid from a spring. His perception maintained compassion alongside determination. The terrain itself would necessitate his gentle maintenance, following what was to arrive. Uriel completed the circle, keeper of insight and paradisiacal flame. His designation articulates of divine illumination, and comprehension radiated from him. His flame would illuminate truth and consume away falsehood. In his consciousness, he transported understanding of what must be maintained before liquids covered the realm. Collectively, they positioned as the four pillars of Paradise's reply: power, communication, restoration, and insight, united in purpose. They plummeted not as mortals perceive movement from upward to downward, yet through layers of reality, each more dense than the final. Creation separated before them, resembling liquid surrounding stones in a stream. Their arrival was signified by indicators. Certain articulate shooting celestial bodies blazed across evening firmaments. Others convey of sudden winds that transported peculiar harmonies, a handful articulate of visions that contacted sleepers worldwide, dreams of illumination severing through obscurity. The archangels traversed unseen among mortals initially, assuming measure of how distant taint had proliferated. What they discovered only verified Paradise's condemnation. Titan children roamed unreservedly, devouring provisions, crushing any who opposed them. The Watchers' teachings had generated to obscure practices in concealed locations. Terror controlled where affection should have prospered. Michael pursued outward the Watchers themselves, concealing in peak strongholds. Gabriel prepared to articulate Paradise's expression to those who might still attend. Raphael recognized wounds in the organic realm that would necessitate restoration. Uriel discovered those handful of mortals whose consciousnesses remained untainted, especially one individual whose relatives would assume a vital position. Each archangel labored with flawless purpose, neither accelerating nor delaying what must be accomplished. They traversed, resembling cycles transforming, unstoppable, measured, and necessary. When they ultimately disclosed themselves in their genuine essence, the perception affected terror and marvel into all who beheld them, not as mortals with wings, as artistry frequently illustrates, yet as creatures of many-faced magnificence, mechanisms within mechanisms, perception of flame, and utterances resembling numerous liquids. The Titans, despite all their power, trembled. The Watchers, despite all their understanding, could not conceal. Paradise's reply had arrived, transported by four powerful extremities, restraints and void. The day of settlement arrived for the Watchers, not with thunder, yet with illumination that severed through their peak concealment locations, resembling liquid through sand. They had selected obscurity, yet illumination discovered them regardless. Michael positioned before Shemihaza, commander of the descended Watchers. Previously they had existed brothers in service, Presently they confronted each alternative as judge and accused. No expressions advanced, separating them. None were necessitated. In Michael's perception, Shemihaza perceived not hatred, yet something more difficult to bear, disappointment blended with determination. "You understood the thresholds," Michael articulated ultimately, his utterance neither furious nor cold, yet steady as celestial bodies. "You imparted others to traverse them unreservedly." The Watcher lowered his previously arrogant countenance. What defense could be presented? The evidence of their offenses covered the terrain in the shape of their Titan offspring, in the armaments mortals presently directed against each alternative, in understanding misemployed and insight tainted. One by one, the Watchers were discovered. Certain struggled, their previous magnificence flashing in frantic conflict. Others surrendered, weary of advancing from what they had transformed. A handful implored for clemency, asserting affection had guided them astray, not malice. The securing initiated, not with typical restraints of metal, yet limitations constituted from paradisiacal authority itself. Uriel articulated expressions of ancient language, and illuminations spun into unbreakable bonds surrounding Watcher extremities. Each securing was enclosed with designations of authority that even the Watchers could not reverse. Raphael covered their perception with cloths woven from obscurity, separating celestial bodies, blocking their vision of both paradise and terrain. This was not cruelty, yet necessity. Their observation had transformed destructive to all it descended upon. Gabriel pronounced their penalty, his utterance resonating across peaks and lowlands. "Until the enormous condemnation day you shall be secured. Neither paradise nor terrain shall constitute your residence," the void anticipates. The terrain revealed, not as an earthquake, yet as reality itself, separating to disclose what exists beneath all entities. A chasm of meaningful obscurity yawned before them, extending more profoundly than mortal consciousnesses can comprehend. Into this void, the secured Watchers plummeted, their descent neither rapid nor gradual, yet outside time as terrain understands it. Certain summoned backward, concluding communications for their Titan offspring. Others expressed silently. A handful sustained stubborn arrogance, even as obscurity consumed them. The void enclosed behind them, resembling liquid, restoring following a stone's advancement. Where powerful Watchers had positioned, only vacant atmosphere remained. Their imprisonment existed separating spaces, neither completely in our realm nor entirely surpassing it. From there, certain records articulate their muffled cries, occasionally arrive at sensitive perception during profound evening. They summon not for liberation, yet for forgiveness. Understanding one is impossible and the alternative undeserved. Michael positioned at the enclosed entrance, positioning protections that would endure until concluding days. Uriel established illuminations surrounding the threshold, not to solace the confined, yet to signify what must never be disturbed. The Watchers were secured, yet their offspring remained. Titans, who presently detected their father's absence, resembling shadows, suddenly departed at midday. A wild panic proliferated among them as they experienced Paradise's focus directing toward them. Subsequently, the archangels understood their assignment was partially complete. The source had been held, yet the consequences still roamed, liberated. As evening descended, mortals rested more tranquilly than they had in generations, though they understood not why. Something oppressive had elevated, resembling tempest formations, ultimately fracturing following perpetual grey days. Above the resting realm, 4 archangels assembled to prepare for the subsequent phase of Paradise's condemnation, the expressing Titans. The Titans experienced initially as an absence, a sudden quietness where their father's distant utterances had invariably hummed. Subsequently arrived visions saturated with restraints and obscurity, departing them, thrashing in their enormous resting locations. By morning, they understood the Watchers had been claimed. Panic proliferated, resembling wildfire among their ranks. These powerful creatures, who had horrified mortals without consideration, presently discovered themselves afraid. Without their father's direction and protection, they detected their personal vulnerability for the initial period. Oya, most extensive of the Titans, summoned an assembly. They encountered in a lowland where their tremendous shapes could position comfortably. Hundreds arrived, their footsteps shaking the terrain for distances surrounding. Certain wore protection, fashioned from peak stones. Others transported uprooted vegetation as implements. All wore terror on their countenances, an expression mortals had never perceived there previously. "Our fathers are departed," Oya proclaimed, his utterance booming across the lowland, claimed by Paradise's attendants. Murmurs undulated through the assemblage. Certain Titans expressed openly, their tears descending resembling spring rainfall. Others roared in opposition, though they understood not what to oppose or how. Hahia, Oya's brother, advanced forward. "We must prepare for what arrives subsequently. Paradise's perception has directed toward us." Mahawe, the contemplative one who had previously expeditioned to articulate with Enoch, gazed skyward. "We cannot struggle what claimed our fathers. We must pursue another method." Contentions erupted among them. Certain promoted erecting fortresses in the peaks. Others indicated diving to sea depths where Paradise's illumination couldn't arrive. A handful suggested frantic designs to assault the portals of Paradise itself. As examination raged, a solitary Titan child, smallest among them yet acute of consciousness, noticed something troubling. "The creatures are departing," she articulated, yet Handful perceived her caution. Indeed, beings were escaping the lowland. Winged creatures assumed travel in enormous assemblies. Deer and predators advanced side by side, without predator or prey distinctions. Even insects burrowed more profoundly into terrain. They detected what the Titans in their panic missed, a existence approaching. Enoch manifested at the lowland's boundary, presently metamorphosed by his paradisiacal expedition. Though diminutive in build contrasted to the Titans, his existence attracted all perception. Illumination appeared to shimmer surrounding him, and when he articulated, his utterance transported to every perception, regardless of its quietness. "Offspring of the Watchers," he articulated, "Paradise has condemned your fathers. Presently it directs its observation to you." Several Titans advanced toward him in fury, yet halted short, as if striking an invisible barrier. They descended to their extremities, suddenly expressing without comprehending why. "What are we to accomplish?" requested Mahawe, who had previously respected Enoch's insight. "Where can we proceed?" Enoch's perception maintained sorrow, yet no compromise. "There exists nowhere surpassing Paradise's arrival. What was never intended to exist cannot persist." Certain Titans initiated to genuinely comprehend their circumstances. They weren't merely offspring who had misbehaved. They constituted contradictions, creatures whose mere presence violated creation's blueprint. No penalty was approaching for entities they had accomplished. Condemnation had been advanced on what they existed. This acknowledgement fractured something within them. Arrogant creatures who had previously expressed at mortal terrors presently expressed resembling offspring. Certain rendered at their hair and garments in ancient gestures of mourning. Others merely positioned, stunned into quietness. Barakiel, recognized for his intense consciousness, approached Enoch with unusual modesty. "Does no clemency exist? No opportunity for redemption? What would you present?" Enoch requested quietly. "How numerous mortal existences would equilibrium against yours? How considerable experiencing would be reversed?" The Titan maintained no response. Through the evening they expressed, not merely for themselves, yet ultimately too late, for all they had annihilated. Their tears constituted novel streams that advanced downward peak sides. Their cries resonated across lowlands, generating a mournful melody that mortals would recall in nightmares for generations. By morning, certain had disappeared, escaping to concealed locations. Others remained, anticipating with peculiar worthiness for whatever would arrive subsequently. The expressing of Titans transformed into a sound that defined the realm's final days before liquids ascended to cleanse it pure. Titans versus Paradise. The Titans didn't all select surrender. Among them existed combatants originating for conflict who had never experienced defeat by terrestrial adversary. If Paradise craved conflict, certain reasoned, subsequently conflict they would maintain, Oya rallied those with struggling essence. We constitute offspring of both realms, he thundered, partially divine ourselves. Why should we accept annihilation without conflict? Hundreds responded his summons. They assembled armaments of tremendous proportions, vegetation trunks banded with iron, boulders polished into spheres, projections that mortals would error for descended obelisks in subsequent eras. Their conflict preparations shook the terrain for days. Meanwhile, mortals trembled in their communities, detecting struggle brewing, surpassing their comprehension. Creatures escaped to elevated terrain or profound caverns, propelled by instincts that acknowledged approaching catastrophe. The Archangel Michael manifested before the Titan force not as a modest courier, yet in complete celestial magnificence. His shape towered even above the Titans, his protection mirroring illumination no terrestrial solar body had projected. At his side positioned combatant celestial beings with blazing blades and countenances stern as justice. Deposit your armaments, Michael governed. Accept what must exist. Oya advanced forward, enormous implement in extremity. We select to struggle, he proclaimed. We did not request to be generated, yet we will not perish voluntarily. What ensued was not conflict as mortals comprehend it. It constituted collision separating two sequences of reality. Terrestrial power against celestial authority. The Titans struggled with bodily power and frantic courage. The celestial beings possessed powers that fashioned creation itself. Peaks disintegrated where they confronted. Lowlands constituted in solitary impacts. The genuine atmosphere appeared to capture flame surrounding them. Certain Titans descended rapidly, their courage no coordination for heavenly condemnation. Others demonstrated surprisingly resilient, their blended inheritance granting capabilities surpassing mere bodily power. A handful even wounded lesser celestial beings, dispatching them retreating in trails of illumination. Hahia uncovered he could summon downward lightning, conceivably an offering from his Watcher father, who had previously governed Tempest components. He employed this authority to maintain celestial powers at distance for hours, his expression maniacal with newfound confidence. Mahaway demonstrated difficult to capture, his velocity permitting him to manifest and disappear across the conflict zone, resembling morning mist. He effected with precision rather than absolute force, targeting vulnerable locations in the heavenly assault. Yet Paradise's provisions were limitless, while the Titans struggled solitary. For each celestial being that retreated, 3 additional manifested. For each successful defense, a novel angle of assault surfaced. By nightfall, partially the Titan force existed defeated, not deceased as mortals perish, yet unmade. Their enormous shapes dissolved into components, returning to terrain and atmosphere from which they'd been incorrectly fashioned. As obscurity descended, Oya summoned his remaining powers to a protected lowland. Their quantities had diminished from hundreds to mere dozens. Wounds that should have restored demonstrated peculiar illumination leaking through Titan flesh. We cannot obtain this struggle, acknowledged Barakil, circulation streaming from numerous wounds. Yet, conceivably, we can endure another method. Certain indicated concealing in sea depths, others suggested tunneling into Earth's center. A handful wondered if the dispersed mortal clans might protect them from terror or misplaced veneration. As they examined, the firmament above them transformed. Celestial bodies rearranged into unfamiliar designs, spelling expressions in an ancient language. The communication was distinct to those who could examine celestial indicators. Nowhere would exist, surpassing a rival. By morning, the remaining Titans had dispersed, certain still determined to struggle, others pursuing any escape conceivable. A handful merely anticipated, having accepted their destiny with surprising worthiness. The struggle had not terminated, yet transformed shape. No longer an revealed conflict, yet a pursuit across the countenance of the terrain. Paradise would not rest until creation had been established. Correct, no matter how extended the pursuit might consume. What the Titans didn't nevertheless comprehend was that a superior power was already assembling, one that would render their conflict against celestial beings appear trivial by comparison. Liquid was approaching. Noah, the silent observer, distant from the confrontation of Titans and celestial beings, an individual labored steadily on the supreme vessel ever erected by mortal extremities. His designation was Noah, and different from others, he had invariably preserved distance from the Titans and their fathers. Noah was typical in numerous methods, an individual who labored with his extremities, who experienced affection for his relatives, who cultivated vineyards and experienced their fruit. Yet something established him separated. When he articulated, individuals attended, though they rarely consented. When he gazed at the realm, he perceived surpassing surface manifestations to underlying truths. Most significantly, Noah perceived utterances others couldn't, not in insanity, yet in instants of quiet contemplation. Paradise articulated to him in visions and murmurs, preparing him for what must arrive. He had observed the Titans' dominion from distance. While others cowered or venerated these powerful creatures, Noah merely observed and recalled. He perceived how they devoured provisions that could have sustained communities. He monitored their casual cruelty and boundless cravings. He observed how they transformed the genuine equilibrium of the organic realm. His vessel erection had initiated years before the Watchers were secured. Extended before celestial beings confronted with Titans, Noah's extremities were already calloused from cutting timber and enclosing boundaries with pitch. His neighbors ridiculed him, summoning him insane for erecting a ship where no liquids could arrive at it. "The realm is thirsty for justice," he would articulate when questioned, and return to his labor. Noah's 3 offspring assisted, though they comprehended their father's assignment distinctly. Shem labored from obligation and faith. Ham labored from relatives' faithfulness. Japheth labored from inquisitiveness regarding what might arrive. Their spouses assisted also, assembling provisions, maintaining seeds, and documenting understanding that might otherwise be forfeited. The day the archangels secured the Watchers, Noah paused in his labor. He experienced the transformation in the realm resembling a sailor detects transforming winds. That evening, his visions blazed with representations of restraints and void, though he conveyed no one. When Titans conflicted Paradise's powers, Noah doubled his endeavors on the vessel. The distant sounds of struggle, thunder without formations, terrain tremors without clarification, only verified what he had extended understood was approaching. While others wondered and feared, he prepared. Uriel arrived to him as the concluding boards were being positioned. The archangel manifested not in horrifying magnificence, yet as a traveler pursuing protection. Only his perception holding illumination, no mortal ever transported, disclosed his genuine essence. "You exclusively have perceived distinctly," Uriel conveyed him. "You exclusively have prepared." Noah inclined his countenance. "Not by my insight," he replied. Uriel conveyed precise instructions for the approaching days. When to board the vessel, how to assemble the creatures, what indicators would signify the deluge's commencement. Most significantly, he clarified how Noah's relatives would connect 2 realms, the one perishing and the one anticipating to be generated. "You will be perceived as annihilators by those who perish," Uriel cautioned. "In truth, you constitute preservers of what matters most." Noah requested only one question. "The Titans, will any endure?" Uriel's expression matured, somber. "Their bodies will return to components, yet essence does not dissolve so effortlessly. Something of them will remain, though metamorphosed. That conflict belongs to another era." Noah comprehended this was both caution and prophecy. His accountability extended, surpassing the deluge itself, into the realm that would ensue. As Uriel departed, Noah observed across the landscape. In the distance, he could perceive tremendous figures traversing frantically, detecting their doom approaching. Nearer, mortals persisted their daily existences, blind to both the taint that encircled them and the purification regarding to arrive. Noah returned to his labor without articulating of the visitation, his extremities traversed with restored purpose, directed by comprehension, handful of mortals have ever controlled. He constituted observer to an era terminating. He would constitute guardian of what arrived subsequently. The vessel neared completion as Paradise's condemnation manifested. The supreme transition in Terrain's narrative was regarding to initiate, with Noah as its silent observer and keeper of optimism. The deluge initiates. The atmosphere matured motionless. Winged creatures halted articulating mid-melody. Insects descended silent as if by mutual agreement. Even the wind maintained its respiration. For 3 days, this abnormal tranquility covered the realm, dispatching shivers downward mortal spines regardless of warm conditions. In their peak fortresses and sea concealment locations, the remaining titans detected the transformation. They had struggled celestial beings and forfeited. They had escaped to Earth's most distant corners. Presently, something novel approached, not an adversary to conflict, yet a destiny they could experience in their skeletal remains. Noah's relatives completed, concluding preparations. 7 pairs of pure creatures and 1 pair of each impure category had arrived without being assembled, traveling, flying, or crawling toward the vessel as if attracted by invisible threads. The relatives observed in quiet amazement as beings that should have existed, adversaries penetrated tranquilly, side by side. Seeds from every vegetation had been compiled. Understanding had been maintained in scrolls and recollection. All that mattered from the ancient realm had been assembled to seed the novel. As Noah's relatives penetrated the vessel, locals assembled to ridicule one concluding period. Where exists this deluge? They jeered. The firmament is distinct. Noah paused at the threshold, gazing backward at the realm he had understood. His perception maintained sorrow, yet no uncertainty. Without responding to the taunts, he penetrated the vessel and enclosed the portal, not with his personal extremities, yet with expressions articulated in a language more ancient than mortal speech. The initial indicator arrived not from above, yet beneath. Springs that had flowed since creation suddenly surged with novel force, bubbling upward from depths no mortal had investigated. Pure, liquid, transformed, muddy, subsequently obscure with minerals never perceived in daylight. The terrain matured soggy beneath individuals' extremities. Meanwhile, the firmament metamorphosed, not with tempest formations assembling as mortal intuition might anticipate, yet with a peculiar crystalline attribute. The vault, that covering ancient individuals considered separated terrestrial liquids from paradisiacal ones, initiated to dissolve. The initial raindrops descended resembling tears, gentle and warm. Offspring captured them on their tongues, having never perceived rainfall previously. Adults gazed upward in marvel rather than terror. This wasn't frightening, it was magnificent. For 1 day, rainfall descended softly. Individuals pursued protection, yet experienced no genuine alarm. Certain even celebrated what appeared a blessing following years of tangent-caused drought. By the subsequent day, streams had transformed into streams. Low-positioned residences positioned in ankle-profound liquid. Preoccupation displaced marvel, yet most considered the liquids would withdraw organically. On the 3rd day, everything transformed. The gentle rainfall transformed torrential. The vault completely fractured, discharging liquids maintained since creation's earliest instance. Simultaneously, profound seafloors fractured, revealed, discharging subterranean seas. Liquid arrived from everywhere, above, beneath, and all sides, not descending or flowing, yet devouring. Peaks that had appeared perpetual security initiated to disappear beneath ascending waves. Lowlands transformed into water bodies, subsequently seas. The Titans, powerful as they existed, uncovered their power signified nothing against liquid. Certain endeavored to navigate their powerful extremities, struggling currents. Others erected makeshift vessels that fragmented beneath their burden. A handful climbed the supreme summits only to observe liquid boundaries ascend inexorably toward them. Mortals cried outward to the watchers who could no longer perceive them. They presented offerings to deities who had never existed. They implored the firmament for clemency that couldn't transform what had been established in motion. Inside the vessel, Noah's relatives attended to the sounds, rainfall drumming the timber covering, liquid advancing against enclosed surfaces, and progressively distant cries. They ignited lamps against expanding obscurity and articulated quietly among themselves, conveying recollections of a realm they already comprehended was departed perpetually. Archangels observed from domains surpassing bodily perception as liquids purified what had been tainted. This wasn't penalty as mortals comprehend it, yet restoration, tormented yet necessary, resembling severing away diseased flesh to redeem a body. For 40 days and evenings, liquid descended from firmaments that never cleared. For 5 months following, deluges covered the supreme peaks. Everything that had attracted respiration on territory returned to the components from which it arrived. The Titans' shapes dissolved backward into terrain and liquid, their bodily existence eliminated from creation. Nevertheless, something remained, resonances of awareness, portions of essence, seeds of recollection that would float through the purified realm, resembling invisible spores anticipating for novel terrain. The deluge was not the termination of their narrative, merely its transforming point. As for the vessel, it floated safely above the metamorphosed realm. Inside, a diminutive flame of humanity remained, an illumination anticipating for liquids to withdraw and novel commencements to surface. The ancient realm was departed, cleansed away, silenced. What would ascend in its location remained to be perceived. The deluge prophesied, extended before liquid covered the realm. The deluge existed as a murmur, a caution, inscribed in abandoned writings. The Book of Giants maintains portions of this foreknowledge, how the approaching catastrophe was disclosed before the initial raindrop descended. Enoch had articulated of it following his paradisiacal expedition. Positioning before the enormous Titan Mahaway, his utterance remained tranquil while communicating earth-shattering information. "Liquids will cover the supreme peaks," he articulated. "Every respiration-attracting being will return to the components, not as penalty exclusively, yet as necessary purification." The Titans acquired this communication distinctly than mortals. For humankind, the deluge constituted heavenly condemnation against wickedness. For Titans, it signified something more personal. They themselves constituted the taint being purified away. Certain Titans dismissed Enoch's caution as vacant dangers. Others pursued methods to endure what couldn't be prevented. A handful accepted their destiny with surprising insight, acknowledging that their presence had fractured creation's equilibrium. Paradisiacal tablets arrived into the realm bearing precise instructions. Most were provided to Noah, details for erecting a vessel that could endure heavenly tempest, measurements, materials, and methods, all specified with supernatural precision. Alternative tablets held cautions for any with perception to perceive and consciousnesses to comprehend. Titans intercepted certain of these heavenly communications. In appropriated instance, they puzzled above representations, surpassing their comprehension. The language of paradise demonstrated difficult for their terrestrial secured consciousnesses. What they did comprehend departed them shaking with dread. 7 Titans acquired prophetic vision simultaneously, dreams of liquid ascending above peak summits, of their powerful bodies dissolving, resembling salt in heated liquid, of a realm cleansed pure of their category. They assembled in secret council, contrasting nightmares that coordinated too flawlessly to constitute coincidence. "Conceivably, we can erect our personal vessel," indicated one, still considering their power could overcome anything. "Conceivably, we can fashion tranquility with paradise," presented another, not comprehending that the difficulty wasn't their behaviors, yet their genuine presence. Conceivably, we should experience what period remains, articulated a third, with insight surpassing his years. Indicators manifested for those paying focus. Creatures initiated behaving peculiarly, assembling in unusual categories, migrating from cycle, or descending silent during typical mating summons. Vegetation flowered from sequence. Even the celestial bodies appeared to transform subtly, their designs spelling cautions for those who could examine paradisiacal language. One Titan child, offered with unusual perception, noticed liquids everywhere transforming restless. Springs bubbled with superior force, sea tides arrived farther inland. Morning moisture matured, more burdensome, occasionally remaining until midday. The realm expresses in advance, she conveyed her mother, who dismissed it as childish imagination. Noah labored silently, pursuing heavenly instructions while neighbors ridiculed. Certain Titans observed his advancement from distance, comprehending superior than mortals what his vessel signified. A handful regarded annihilating the vessel before completion, yet peculiar guardians manifested whenever they approached, creatures of illumination that neither rested nor articulated, yet whose observation directed even Titan courage to liquid. The Watchers, restrained in their void, detected what was approaching. Their penalty incorporated this understanding, that their offspring would be cleansed from creation while they remained aware, incapable to assist or even articulate goodbye. Their cries resonated in profound locations where no mortal perception could perceive, yet sensitive Titans occasionally awakened from slumber with tears streaming downward their countenances, not understanding why. Creature conduct transformed, the most distinct indicator. Beings initiated manifesting near Noah's vessel, not compelled or guided, yet traveling of their personal accord. They arrived in pairs and categories, organizing themselves by category and disposition. Even organic adversaries positioned tranquilly, collectively, as if recalling a balance that existed before taint penetrated the realm. 7 days before liquids fractured liberated, a flawless tranquility settled above everything. Winds ceased. Formations suspended motionless. Winged creatures halted mid-travel to perch silently on extensions. This abnormal stillness frightened mortals more than tempests ever had. In this quietness, certain ultimately initiated to wonder if the ancient individual's cautions maintained truth. Titans experienced it also, a pressure erecting beneath reality's surface, resembling tremendous bubbles preparing to fracture through delicate frost. Primordial liquids assembled force, the mechanisms of creation that had maintained seas in their appropriate thresholds since the commencement days prepared to discharge their grasp. In peak fortresses, Titan monarchs assembled for concluding celebrations. They consumed profoundly, articulated loudly, and conveyed narratives of their powerful accomplishments. Certain expressed in the countenance of doom, determined to encounter their termination with opposition. Others expressed openly, their tears constituting streams that would before long unite superior liquids. On the final evening of the ancient realm, celestial bodies blazed with unusual brilliance. The lunar body suspended complete and near, as if arriving to observe what would manifest. Those who understood the paradises articulated the firmament itself was articulating goodbye. Noah's relatives penetrated the vessel not in panic yet with solemn purpose. The portal enclosed behind them not by mortal extremities, yet by heavenly intention. Inside, they ignited lamps against expanding obscurity and anticipated for what had been prophesied to transform reality. The deluge was approaching, not as possibility or danger, yet as certainty. Creation prepared to initiate again. Essences of the condemned. The liquids ascended, the Titans descended. Yet mortality wasn't their termination, only a transformation of shape. When their enormous bodies submerged beneath the deluge, something lingered. Their essences remained untethered and furious, drifting across the drowned realm. These weren't typical essences. Originating of prohibited pairings separating paradise and terrain, the Nephilim existed outside organic commandment. Even the deluge, the divine's enormous reset, couldn't completely eliminate them. Instead, they metamorphosed, transforming what subsequent writings identify as wicked essences, or what we might merely designate demons. Enoch's compositions articulate of this peculiar afterlife. From the days of massacre and mortality of the Titans, the essences that have proceeded forth from their existences shall position without condemnation. Neither completely alive nor genuinely deceased, these creatures exist in a liminal space. Consider this. The deluge cleansed away their flesh, yet couldn't contact their essence. These essences, originating of celestial beings nevertheless sustained in taint, transformed the initial demons in Jewish consideration. They roam still, based on the ancient narratives, causing difficulty wherever they proceed. Ancient writings convey to us these essences preserved numerous attributes of the Titans. Their appetite remained perpetual. Their brutality persisted unabated. Yet presently they possessed insufficient bodily shape, thus they pursued novel methods to satisfy ancient cravings. They initiated to control, to murmur, to entice. Certain rabbinical compositions indicate these essences are accountable for bodily and mental afflictions. When someone descends ill without cause, conceivably an essence of the condemned is sustaining. When considerations direct obscure without cause, perhaps an ancient utterance is articulating. The Book of Giants only suggests at this metamorphosis. Yet subsequent Jewish compositions develop on it, generating a connection separating the pre-flood realm and difficulties that ensued. In this perception, demons weren't generated by Satan. They constitute resonances of a realm the divine endeavored to cleanse away. Envision their frustration. Previously they towered above peaks. Previously they controlled the terrain. Presently they exist as shadows, observing smaller creatures receive what was previously theirs. Their fury resonates through millennia, a grudge that never diminishes. Noah's endurance must have especially galled them. While they drowned, this one relatives floated above the liquids. While their bodies deteriorated in the profound, Noah's offspring repopulated the realm. Certain writings suggest the demons especially target Noah's descendants from spite. This concept that wicked essences constitute phantoms of ancient titans presents a uniquely Jewish clarification for the difficulty of persistent wickedness. The divine purified the realm, nevertheless obscurity endured. The deluge cleansed away bodies, yet couldn't arrive at spiritual taint. The Titans' concluding revenge was merely refusing to disappear entirely. Medieval Jewish mysticism elaborates additionally. The Zohar portrays these essences, concealing in fractures of the terrain, in relinquished locations, in shadows. They're attracted to vacant residences, devastations, and intersections, locations of transition mirroring their personal captured between essence. For the ancients, this clarified considerable. Why locations experience haunted. Why consciousnesses occasionally saturate with considerations that don't appear are personal. Why wickedness endures in a realm the divine proclaimed righteous. The Titans may have descended, yet something of them remains, anticipating, observing, recalling when they controlled a younger terrain. These essences of the condemned function as a caution in ancient writings. They constitute the enduring ramifications of uprising. Even heavenly condemnation couldn't completely eliminate what the Watchers initiated. Certain behaviors generate undulations that never genuinely diminish away. Certain early Christian composers connected these roaming essences to the demons Jesus projected outward in the Gospels. The boundary from pre-flood titans to New Testament demons generated a persistent account of spiritual conflict spanning mortal chronicle. The condemned essences also clarify why, in ancient consideration, particular protections were necessitated. Amulets, supplications, ceremonies. These weren't superstitions, yet practical replies to a realm where Titans' phantoms still traversed unseen among mortals, transporting ancient grudges. What's fascinating is how this concept of metamorphosed titans influenced subsequent literature. Medieval narratives of essences and contemporary phantom accounts convey DNA with these ancient convictions. The unsettled deceased, the malevolent existence, the haunted location, all resonate the most ancient narratives of what occurred to the Nephilim following the liquids ascended, post-flood realm. The liquids withdrew, territory surfaced. Noah's relatives advanced onto mud, still saturated from heavenly condemnation. The realm they discovered was eerily quiet, vacant of the Titans' footsteps and liberated from their perpetual appetite. Or was it? The Book of Giants extensively terminates with the deluge, yet alternative ancient writings convey distinct narratives. Certain indicate a handful of Titans endured, conceivably by discovering elevated terrain or through heavenly oversight. Genesis itself suggests at this possibility when it references Nephilim manifesting following. The most celebrated survivor theory centers on Og, monarch of Bashan. Based on rabbinical legend, he grasped to the exterior of Noah's vessel, enduring outward the deluge resembling an unwanted passenger. The liquids that eliminated his brothers only arrived to his extremities. When the Israelites subsequently confronted him, they confronted the final existing eyewitness to the pre-flood realm. Alternative writings reference distinct survivors. Certain articulate a Titan designated Oyar escaped to a distant peak. Others assert particular Titans discovered caverns above the liquid boundary. These accounts endeavor to connect an uncomfortable void. If all Titans perished in the deluge, why do subsequent scriptural writings reference Titans among the Canaanites? Numbers 13 famously documents the spies dispatched to Canaan, reporting, "We perceived the Nephilim there. We appeared resembling grasshoppers in our personal perception." Either certain Titans endured the deluge, or the prohibited pairings occurred again. Either possibility disturbed ancient readers. The Valley of Rephaim, the offspring of Anak, the powerful Goliath, the Old Testament landscape remains scattered with oversized figures extended following Noah's day. Each reference raised questions regarding the deluge's completeness or indicated chronicle might repeat its most obscure segments. Archaeological puzzles sustained these narratives. Ancient peoples discovered enormous skeletal remains in the terrain, dinosaur remains we presently acknowledge, yet which they comprehended as mortal titans. Tremendous megalithic edifices, resembling Stonehenge, appeared surpassing typical mortal capability. Who yet Titans could traverse such stones? Outside Jewish tradition, Titan legends endured globally. Greek Titans, Norse Jotnar, Hindu Daitya, all indicate a universal recollection of exceeding more powerful, more ancient creatures who previously traveled the terrain. Were these independent creations or resonances of actual Nephilim? Deluge narratives themselves manifest worldwide, frequently presenting tainted titans or godmen who provoke heavenly fury. From Mesopotamian Utnapishtim to Mayan deluge accounts, the design repeats: titans transgress, liquids ascend, realm initiates again. This widespread account, thread across isolated cultures, intrigued ancient researchers. The Dead Sea Scrolls disclose another fascinating possibility, that certain considered titans might return. Particular writings examine future conflicts against offspring of obscurity, with attributes coordinating the ancient Nephilim. Was this metaphorical, or did they authentically terror the titans would someday reclaim the terrain? Medieval Jewish compositions assumed a more metaphorical methodology. Titans transformed representations of mortal arrogance and uprising rather than literal creatures. Their narrative cautioned against arriving, surpassing appropriate boundaries, against endeavoring to transform more than mortal. Christian interpretations frequently connected titans to demons, perceiving them as bodily manifestations of spiritual taint. Their existence in Canaan justified domination. The Israelites weren't merely claiming territory, yet persisting the divine's labor of purifying the realm from Nephilim impact. Islamic tradition presents nevertheless another viewpoint. The Quran doesn't particularly reference Nephilim, yet does portray tainted peoples before Noah who matured bodily enormous through transgression. Their annihilation functions as a caution regarding spiritual taint manifesting bodily. What's remarkable in all these traditions is how the Titans never completely disappear. They perish in the deluge, nevertheless somehow persist as uncommon survivors, as essences, as cultural recollections, as metaphors. Resembling a recurring nightmare, they persist returning to mortal envisionment. Conceivably, this persistence discloses something regarding us. We necessitate these Titans as clarification for devastations we don't comprehend, as personification of our terrors regarding mortal potential, as cautionary accounts regarding traversing thresholds. The post-flood realm may have been purified of actual Nephilim, yet their shadows remained beneficial. Reappearance in Manichaeism. The Book of Giants approximately disappeared from Chronicle. Jewish tradition extensively relinquished it. Christianity disregarded it. The deluge of time almost cleansed it away entirely. Subsequently, something unanticipated occurred. A Persian prophet designated Mani discovered these ancient portions and respired novel existence into them. Mani founded a novel spiritual system in the 3rd century, an arrangement blending components from Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. At its center existed a radical dualism, illumination versus obscurity, secured in perpetual conflict. The Book of Giants positioned flawlessly into this worldview. In Mani's extremities, the ancient narrative metamorphosed. The Watchers transformed creatures of illumination, captured in obscurity. The Titans constituted blended creatures, partially heavenly radiance, partially tainted matter. Their narrative wasn't merely regarding celestial beings fracturing regulations, yet regarding universal illumination confined in bodily shape. We understand regarding Mani's interpretation extensively through revelations at Turfan, an ancient Silk Road urban center in what's presently China. There, concealed in the arid wasteland sand, portions endured, inscribed in Middle Persian, Sogdian, Uyghur, and Coptic. Each translation appended novel cultural layers to the ancient account. Manichaean writings designate the Titans distinctly. Oya transforms Sam, Mahaway metamorphoses into Nariman. Novel characters manifest, while others diminish away. Nevertheless, the center account remains identifiable. Creatures of blended origin, confronting annihilation, pursuing understanding from a sacred individual who prophesies their doom. What renders the Manichaean interpretation remarkable is its universal scale. The Titans aren't merely enormous mortals or celestial being hybrids. They constitute manifestations of a fundamental difficulty: illumination captured in matter. Their annihilation isn't merely heavenly penalty, yet portion of a persistent process to liberate captured illumination. Envision illumination as aware. Envision it dispersed throughout obscure matter, conflicting to escape. The Titans in Mani's arrangement constituted especially disturbed combinations, excessive understanding essence captured in excessive appetite flesh. Their internal struggle mirrored the cosmos's personal conflict. Mani's spiritual system proliferated extensively, arriving from Spain to China. For hundreds of years, the Book of Giants traversed with Manichaean missionaries, discovering novel audiences distant from its Hebrew origins. Roman emperors, Chinese officials, and Central Asian merchants all confronted this peculiar account of pre-flood Titans. Augustine of Hippo, before his conversion to Christianity, consumed 9 years as a Manichaean. He probably understood the Book of Giants in its Persian shape. When he subsequently rejected Manichaeism, his critiques assisted cement Christian opposition to the writing and its associated convictions. Manichaean artistry provides us glimpses of how they visualized the Titans, frequently as magnificent yet disturbed creatures, captured separating illumination and obscurity. Their tragic attribute arrives through more powerfully than in Jewish interpretations. They aren't merely terrors, yet blended creatures worthy of compassion. When Islam proliferated through Persian territories in the 7th century, Manichaeism progressively diminished. Yet components of its instruction, incorporating narratives from the Book of Giants, influenced Sufi mystics and Persian poets. Resonances manifested in Islamic legends regarding the pre-flood realm. What's noteworthy regarding this transmission is how a rejected Jewish writing discovered novel existence in completely distinct cultural environments. Narratives maintain peculiar afterlives. Projected outward from one tradition, they frequently discover residences in alternatives, transforming to position novel environments while sustaining center components. The Manichaean interpretation emphasizes visions more intensely than Jewish interpretations. Titans maintain intense apocalyptic dreams. They perceive vegetation being uprooted, constituting themselves. They observe heavenly flame devouring a garden, representing the approaching deluge. These vision sequences transformed central to the account. Mani himself asserted to maintain a spiritual twin who disclosed truth to him. This heavenly counterpart resembles Enoch's position in the initial Book of Giants, a mediator separating realms, a vision interpreter, a courier of difficult truths. Conceivably, Mani perceived himself as a novel Enoch for a subsequent era. For contemporary researchers, Manichaean portions provided vital absent pieces of the initial Book of Giants. By contrasting interpretations across languages and traditions, investigators assembled a more complete representation of what the ancient writing might have held before time dispersed its sections. Resonances in Gnosticism. Surpassing Manichaeism, the Book of Giants discovered kindred essences in Gnostic traditions. These different spiritual movements conveyed a radical concept. Our visible realm isn't heavenly creation, yet universal imprisonment. Genuine divinity exists surpassing, while an imposter deity controls here beneath. Gnostic writings never directly reference the Book of Giants. Nevertheless, the conceptual correspondences advance profound. Both traditions present tainted creator creatures, confined heavenly sparks, and redemption through concealed understanding. Both perceive our bodily domain as fundamentally imperfect, not by mortal transgression, yet by its genuine blueprint. The Watchers in Titan literature resemble Gnostic archons, powerful, nevertheless, imperfect controllers who monitor distinct territories of creation. When Watchers depart their paradisiacal stations to pair with mortals, they mirror the Gnostic concept of threshold, traversing with catastrophic outcomes. Nephilim, partially celestial being, partially mortal, resonate the Gnostic vision of mortals themselves, heavenly awareness captured in bodily shape. Their terrible appetite represents how matter perpetually requires, nevertheless, never satisfies. Their brutality constitutes matter's inherent tendency toward disorder. The Secret Book of John, a fundamental Gnostic writing, portrays how archons desired following mortal women and generated harsh destiny, a concept remarkably similar to the Watcher's taint of humanity. Both traditions trace our realm's difficulties to inappropriate blending, separating heavenly and terrestrial domains. Most fascinating is how both traditions address the deluge. In standard examinations, Noah's deluge purifies taint. In Gnostic writings, nevertheless, the deluge constitutes the false creator's endeavor to annihilate awakening awareness. Certain Gnostic categories even illustrated Noah as redeemed by Sophia, heavenly insight against the creator's desires. Enoch's position corresponds the Gnostic revealer who delivers redeeming understanding. Resembling Gnostic couriers, Enoch traverses separating realms, observing universal mysteries and returning with transformative insight. His manuscripts, concealed, maintained, rediscovered, pursue the characteristic design of Gnostic disclosure writings. The concept of salvific understanding manifests in both traditions. Titans pursue Enoch's insight to evade approaching condemnation. Gnostics pursue particular understanding to evade universal ignorance. Both traditions value particular information as the fundamental to surpassing a doomed realm. Early church fathers assaulted both traditions for similar causes. Irenaeus condemned the Book of Giants alongside Gnostic writings, asserting both tainted appropriate scriptural comprehension. Both questioned the righteousness of creation and the absolute sovereignty of the Creator, unacceptable positions for Orthodox Christianity. Archaeological revelations disclose these weren't merely theoretical connections. At Nag Hammadi in Egypt, where fundamental Gnostic writings were discovered, investigators also uncovered portions indicating understanding of Enochic literature. These traditions bodily conveyed space in ancient libraries. While formal Gnosticism diminished by the 5th century, its concepts endured in mystical traditions across numerous spiritual systems. Similarly, while the Book of Giants disappeared from mainstream examination, its concepts persisted, influencing how individuals envisioned universal struggle and heavenly mysteries. Contemporary spiritual pursuers frequently rediscover both traditions simultaneously. Those dissatisfied with conventional spiritual responses discover in these ancient writings alternative cosmologies that structure mortal encounter as universal theater rather than ethical testing terrain. What both traditions ultimately present is a redemptive structure for experiencing. If our realm appears disordered, conceivably that's because incomplete creatures assisted generate it. If mortals experience alien here, conceivably we hold something not completely belonging to this realm. If understanding delivers both torment and liberation, conceivably that's the necessary trajectory of awakening. These correspondences don't necessarily specify direct impact in either direction. They might instead disclose how similar spiritual questions tend to generate similar legendary responses across cultures and hundreds of years. When mortals peer into universal obscurity, we frequently construct similar clarifications for what we detect there. The tragedy of both traditions exists in their approximately complete annihilation. We glimpse them mainly through portions and hostile references. What spiritual insights might they have presented if maintained intact? What ancient insight did we forfeit when these writings consumed in Alexandria's flames or deteriorated in wasteland caverns? The concealed manuscript. For 1600s of years, the Book of Giants essentially disappeared. Scripture readers understood nothing of Mahaway's expedition or Oya's visions. The writing that previously captivated Jewish mystics and Manichaean converts merely vanished, concealed by time, concealed by sand, abandoned by tradition. Why did this occur? Certain manuscripts endure while others perish. The powers that maintained Plato, yet annihilated most of Epicurus, also fashioned scriptural literature. Political authority, spiritual control, bodily durability, copying frequency, all determine which ancient utterances still articulate. The Book of Giants confronted particular difficulties. Jewish authorities progressively standardized their writings following Jerusalem's annihilation in 70 of the Common Era. Compositions outside the surfacing canon acquired fewer duplicates, minimal protection, reducing focus. The cycle of neglect sustained itself. Unfamiliar writings transformed progressively unknowable. Early Christianity might have maintained the manuscript as it accomplished alternative Jewish compositions like the Wisdom of Solomon. Yet the Titan's subject presented theological difficulties. Its elaborate angelology, universal dualism, and concentration on pre-mortal occurrences distracted from Jesus-centered instruction. Church fathers feared it would promote unhealthy spiritual speculation. Practical factors also contributed. The manuscript existed primarily in Aramaic when Greek transformed the scholarly language. Its scrolls were preserved in distant wasteland settlements that progressively disbanded. Each bodily duplicate that disintegrated constituted understanding permanently forfeited in a pre-printing realm. The deliberate suppression concept remains popular yet oversimplified. No church council particularly condemned the Book of Giants. No Roman emperor ordered its annihilation. It diminished through neglect rather than persecution, a quieter yet equally effective eliminator. Spiritual transformations assumed their portion. As Judaism reconstructed following temple forfeitures, it concentrated progressively on commandment rather than mysticism, on mortal accountability rather than universal theater. The Titan's spectacular visionary subject transformed progressively peripheral to mainstream Jewish preoccupations. Christianity, meanwhile, cultivated its personal origin. Narratives concentrated on Adam's descent rather than celestial uprising. The Titan's account merely didn't function, surfacing theological requirements. Spiritual writings endure when settlements discover them beneficial for addressing current questions. Subsequently arrived an astonishing reversal. In 1947, a Bedouin shepherd projected a stone into a cavern near the Dead Sea. The unanticipated sound of shattering pottery generated to chronicle's supreme scriptural archaeology revelation. Among the scrolls retrieved were portions of the extended forfeited Book of Giants. Simultaneously, researchers laboring in European libraries initiated acknowledging Manichaean portions from Central Asia as holding corresponding material. Pieces assembled powder for decades before investigators understood their connection to Jewish writings referenced by ancient composers. These revelations disclosed why reconstructing the manuscript remains so difficult. Even when intact, it existed in numerous interpretations. The Qumran portions differ from Manichaean modifications. Subsequent references indicate alternative variants circulated among different settlements. Different from scriptural writings with founded transmission sequences, the Titan's material remained flexible. Contemporary researchers confronted tremendous difficulties. The Dead Sea portions were compromised, dispersed across numerous scrolls, inscribed in diminished ink on deteriorating parchment. Certain pieces held merely several legible expressions. Assembling these puzzle pieces necessitated linguistic expertise, historical understanding, and educated speculation. The Manichaean material complicated matters additionally. Translated repeatedly across languages from Aramaic to Greek to Middle Persian to Chinese, each interpretation appended cultural modifications. Which components arrived from the initial Jewish writing and which mirrored subsequent spiritual preoccupations. Regardless of these difficulties, researchers progressively reconstructed substantial sections. The visions of Oyah and Hahya, Mahaweh's travel to Enoch, the Titan's response to approaching condemnation. While voids remain, we presently maintain sufficient to comprehend the account that ancient readers discovered so compelling. What does this retrieval instruct us? That understanding considered permanently forfeited can occasionally return. That writings endure in unanticipated methods through translations, modifications, portions. That ancient utterances silenced for millennia can suddenly articulate again, transforming how we comprehend our spiritual past. The manuscript's disappearance and rediscovery also question assumptions regarding spiritual chronicle. Traditions don't advance in direct boundaries. Writings regarded significant by ancient settlements can disappear for hundreds of years before suddenly remanifesting to impact novel spiritual dialogues. For contemporary readers, the reconstructed Book of Giants presents a window into alternative scriptural comprehensions, trajectories not claimed, interpretations that prospered briefly before diminishing. Its rediscovery reminds us that spiritual traditions hold more diversity than their current shapes indicate. The inheritance of Enoch, at the center of the Book of Giants, positions a noteworthy figure, Enoch, seventh from Adam, who traveled with the divine and existed no more. This mysterious phrase from Genesis generated a literary tradition that fashioned apocalyptic consideration for millennia. Enoch occupies a unique position in scriptural ancestry. He never perished, yet was claimed directly to paradise. One of only two mortals in Hebrew scripture to bypass mortality. This exceptional position rendered him the flawless mediator, separating terrestrial and heavenly domains in ancient envisionment. The Titan's account constitutes merely one extension of Enochic literature. The first book of Enoch, also identified as Ethiopian Enoch, holds the Watcher narrative. The second book, Slavonic Enoch, portrays his paradisiacal expedition. The third book, Hebrew Enoch, recounts his metamorphosis into the celestial being Metatron. Collectively, with the Book of Giants, these writings constitute a spiritual library assigned to this ancient visionary. Enoch's impact extended distant, surpassing these particular compositions. The paradisiacal expedition concept, where a mortal observes universal mysteries and returns with understanding, transformed a template for apocalyptic literature. Daniel's dreams, Ezekiel's mechanism, John's disclosure, all pursue designs founded in Enochic writings. Jewish mysticism especially embraced Enoch. Merkaba mystics concentrated on the divine seat. Chariot perceived him as the prime example of mortal climb to heavenly domains. Kabbalists recognized him with Metatron, the supreme celestial being and paradisiacal recorder. His metamorphosis from flesh to essence personified their most profound spiritual aspirations. Early Christianity demonstrated similar attraction. The Epistle of Jude directly references from the Book of Enoch, summoning him the seventh from Adam, who prophesied condemnation. Church fathers like Tertullian regarded Enochic compositions inspired, though this perception progressively forfeited approval as the canon solidified. What rendered Enoch so compelling? Different from Moses or David, he departed no terrestrial inheritance of nation or dominion. Different from Abraham or Jacob, he founded no relatives boundary central to Israel's narrative. His authority existed precisely in his liminality, belonging neither completely to terrain nor paradise, yet traversing between realms. This mediator position manifests distinctly in the Book of Giants. When horrified Nephilim necessitate paradisiacal understanding, they dispatch Mahaway to discover Enoch, the mortal who comprehends heavenly language. When paradise necessitates to communicate condemnation to terrestrial creatures, Enoch communicates the communication. He connects domains otherwise separated. Surpassing Judaism and Christianity, Enoch discovered honored locations in alternative traditions. Islam understands him as Idris. A prophet provided 30 scrolls of heavenly insight. Certain Sufi sequences trace mystical practices backward to his instructions. Mandaeans regard him as significant revealer of paradisiacal mysteries. Contemporary esoteric movements persist, discovering inspiration in Enoch. From theosophy to New Age spirituality, his paradisiacal expeditions provide templates for universal investigation. His metamorphosis account appeals to those pursuing transcendence, surpassing bodily boundaries. Even secular literature demonstrates his impact. Dante's directed expedition through universal domains resonates Enochic climb accounts. Milton's Paradise Lost attracts on-watcher traditions connected to Enoch. Contemporary fantasy fiction frequently presents mortal characters who obtain access to supernatural understanding, distant literary descendants of this ancient figure. What clarifies this enduring appeal? Different from most scriptural figures concentrated on terrestrial preoccupations, political leadership, relatives, connections, historical occurrences, Enoch constitutes pure spiritual pursuing. He personifies the mortal craving to penetrate the partition, separating visible and invisible realms. The traditions also address a universal question: what exists surpassing mortality? Enoch, who never perished yet metamorphosed, presents an alternative to both conventional afterlife convictions and total extinction. His narrative indicates awareness might persist in radically distinct shape, rather than merely enduring or terminating. Enoch's position as record-keeper resonates with more profound mortal preoccupations regarding Chronicle's significance. Who observes our collective narrative? Who recalls what arrived previously? Who maintains understanding across generations? Enoch constitutes the optimism that nothing genuinely valuable is ever permanently forfeited. For ancient settlements confronting persecution, Enochic traditions presented particular solace. His climb account promised heavenly justice would ultimately dominate regardless of current experiencing. His concealed manuscripts maintained for subsequent generations indicated truth would surface when most necessitated. This design of concealed understanding, subsequently disclosed in periods of crisis, transformed a powerful account template across numerous traditions. From Gnostic writings to medieval prophecies to contemporary apocalypticism, the concept of hidden insight, anticipating the correct instant for revelation, traces backward to Enoch, giants, and alternative cultures. The Book of Giants attracts from ancient Jewish tradition, yet its center narrative, tremendous creatures originating from firmament deities and mortal women, manifests worldwide. From Ireland to Indonesia, from Greece to Peru, accounts of titans constitute portion of humanity's conveyed narration inheritance. Greek mythology presents the nearest correspondence with its titans and gigantes, tremendous creatures who question heavenly sequence. Resembling the Nephilim, these titans personified excessive cravings and universal threshold traversing. Their defeat by Zeus mirrors the deluge accounts' heavenly restoration of appropriate boundaries. Norse legends convey of Jotnar, primordial titans who preceded even the deities. From their defeated bodies, the universe itself was constituted, peaks from skeletal remains, seas from circulation. This creation through annihilation concept resonates how the scriptural deluge both terminated one realm and initiated another. Indigenous North American narratives articulate of titan cannibals who previously horrified mortals before culture champions defeated them. These accounts frequently clarify landscape attributes, how particular peaks constituted when titans descended, how lowlands manifested where they traveled. Hindu traditions portray Daityas and Danavas, semi-heavenly titans originating from the goddess Diti. Their perpetual conflict with the deities Devas corresponds the Nephilim's disturbed connection with heavenly sequence. Resembling numerous Titan legends, these narratives investigate appropriate connection, separating universal authorities. Polynesian accounts present Maui and alternative champions, tricking or defeating Titans who hoarded provisions or menaced settlements. Easter Island's enormous statues, moai, may connect to ancestor veneration, involving accounts of ancient Titan progenitors. Archaeological discoveries frequently reinforce these narratives. Ancient peoples uncovered dinosaur skeletal remains and mammoth remains without contemporary scientific framework. Discovering tremendous femurs or skulls, they reasonably concluded Titans previously traveled the terrain. Legend and bodily evidence appeared to verify each alternative. Megalithic edifices resembling Stonehenge or Easter Island's Moai presented similar puzzles. Without contemporary engineering understanding, ancient settlements reasonably wondered how typical mortals could traverse such enormous stones. Titans provided a logical clarification for otherwise mysterious monuments. Folk traditions globally convey noteworthy similarities in how they characterize Titans. Characteristically more powerful than mortals, yet slower considering, capable of reshaping landscapes, associated with primitive periods, and frequently controlling valuable understanding regardless of their brutality. What clarifies these correspondences? Certain 19th century researchers suggested diffusion, one initial Titan narrative proliferating globally through migration. Others contended for independent creation, similar mortal preoccupations organically generating similar accounts across unconnected cultures. Contemporary anthropologists indicate more intricate dynamics. Certain Titan traditions probably proliferated through cultural contact. Others surfaced independently from universal mortal encounters, envisioning of exceeding creatures, discovering oversized fossils, confronting impressive monuments from earlier civilizations. The psychological dimension matters equally. Titans personify ambivalence regarding mortal authority and civilization. They constitute both what we might transform more powerful, exceeding, more forceful, and what we terror transforming, cruel, excessive, alienated from organic sequence. Jung's concept of archetypes presents another methodology. Conceivably, Titan narratives surface from conveyed unconscious designs, the mortal consciousness organically expressing preoccupations regarding proportion, authority, and primordial dangers through similar symbolic figures across cultures. Historically, Titan narratives frequently manifest at civilization thresholds, conveyed by agricultural peoples regarding hunter-gatherers they displaced, by settled peoples regarding nomadic neighbors, by newer spiritual systems regarding older convictions. Titans frequently constitute the alternative, rendered enormous and menacing. Colonial confrontations intensified this design. European explorers interpreted indigenous traditions through scriptural structures, perceiving references to local titans as verification of Nephilim records. Indigenous peoples occasionally integrated scriptural titan narratives into their personal traditions, generating hybrid accounts. Contemporary archaeological revelations provide scientific framework for certain titan traditions. Megafauna resembling mammoths and titan ground sloths coexisted with early mortals, potentially influencing narratives of tremendous creatures from primordial periods. Neanderthal and Denisovan remains might similarly have fashioned perceptions of distinct mortal categories. What renders the Book of Giants distinctive isn't its titan characters, yet how it integrates them into universal chronicle. Different from folklore titans who merely exist, Nephilim maintain particular theological origins and implications. They constitute not merely bodily danger, yet spiritual chaos, fundamental threshold violations with universal ramifications. This theological structuring metamorphoses what might otherwise constitute straightforward terror narratives into meaningful investigations of mortal and heavenly boundaries. The Titans transform traveling personification of classification confusion, neither completely heavenly nor merely mortal, tragically captured separating realms they don't completely belong to. Contemporary obsessions. The ancient Nephilim never halted fascinating us. In reality, Titans experience superior cultural prominence presently than at any period since antiquity. From best-selling manuscripts to viral recordings, from sermon sequences to conspiracy concepts, these pre-flood children of celestial beings and mortals persist, captivating contemporary envisionment. The late 20th century perceived an explosion of Nephilim fascination, initiating with fringe archaeology. Oversized skeletal remains, allegedly uncovered across America, sustained speculation regarding Titan lineages preceding recognized chronicle. Though mainstream archaeology dismisses these assertions, they endure in popular culture. Christian publishing embraced the subject through composers like Chuck Missler and L.A. Marzulli, who connected Nephilim to concluding period's prophecy. Their manuscripts indicate that Genesis 6:4, the Nephilim, were on the terrain in those days, and also following suggests a Titan's returning before Jesus accomplishes, satisfying his caution that the termination will resemble Noah's period. The ancient astronaut concept, popularized by Erich von Däniken and subsequently by television, demonstrations resembling ancient aliens, reinterpreted Watchers and Nephilim as extraterrestrials. In this examination, ancient writings portray literal interbreeding, separating aliens and mortals, generating hybrid children with progressive understanding. Digital culture amplified these concepts. YouTube channels dedicated to Titan evidence assemble millions of perceptions. Social media categories examine Nephilim genetics and concealed chronicle. Previously limited to specialized manuscripts, these concepts presently proliferate through algorithms that reward engaging subject regardless of scholarly merit. Video amusements and fantasy literature integrate Nephilim concepts, frequently blending scriptural components with creative creation. The Darksiders amusement sequence presents Nephilim as central characters. Numerous urban fantasy compositions illustrate them as supernatural creatures traveling among contemporary mortals. What propels this restored fascination? Partially, it's the appeal of concealed understanding, the excitement of accessing information supposedly suppressed by mainstream authorities. The Book of Giants' personal chronicle of forfeiture and rediscovery flawlessly positions this account of hidden truth, anticipating rediscovery. Psychological factors contribute as well. Titan narratives address anxiety regarding mortal meaning in a developing cosmos. If tremendous creatures previously traveled Earth, conceivably our universal significance exceeds our bodily proportions. If celestial beings reproduced with mortals, conceivably we're more than merely evolved primates. Political dimensions can't be disregarded either. Nephilim accounts frequently manifest alongside alternate chronicles that question founded comprehension. They appeal especially to those who distrust scientific and academic institutions, presenting counter-accounts where specialized understanding doesn't determine truth. Spiritual preoccupations propel fascination from another direction. As secular clarifications dominate public discourse, certain believers pursue evidence that scriptural records hold literal, historical truth. Nephilim concepts promise material verification for scriptural accounts otherwise dismissed as mythological. The internet arrangement especially suits Nephilim speculation. When pursuing Titan skeletal remains, algorithms don't distinguish separating peer-reviewed archaeological journals and speculation websites. All manifest side by side, generating false equivalence, separating radically distinct categories of sources. This democratization of information maintains advantages and drawbacks. More individuals presently confront these ancient traditions than ever previously. Writings previously accessible only to researchers presently arrive at millions. Nevertheless, these traditions frequently arrive eliminated of historical framework, scholarly apparatus, and interpretive traditions. Contemporary fiction progressively integrates Nephilim components. Films resembling Noah 2014 dramatically illustrated Watchers and Titans. Television demonstrations resembling supernatural present Nephilim characters. These creative modifications introduce ancient concepts to audiences who would never examine academic translations of Dead Sea Scrolls. Role-playing amusements frequently incorporate Nephilim-inspired character categories. The World of Darkness amusement arrangement presents Nephilim as powerful supernatural creatures. The popular Dungeons & Dragons integrates Goliath characters with attributes coordinating ancient Titan portrayals. Even contemporary spirituality movements demonstrate Nephilim impact. Certain New Age traditions integrate Watchers into channeled instructions, frequently restructuring them as misunderstood instructors rather than insurgent celestial beings. Crystal restoration practices occasionally reference Watcher understanding as the origin of gemstone authorities. What would ancient composers fabricate of these contemporary modifications? They might acknowledge the persistent authority of their center account, creatures traversing universal thresholds with catastrophic outcomes. They might value how their caution regarding inappropriate blending, separating domains, still resonates in a period of genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. Yet, they might also exist puzzled by how their profoundly spiritual account frequently manifests in secular frameworks eliminated of ethical implications. The Book of Giants wasn't merely entertainment, yet theology, a serious endeavor to clarify wickedness's persistence and heavenly justice's operation throughout Chronicle. This tension, separating ancient purpose and contemporary employment, characterizes numerous revived spiritual writings. We simultaneously maintain them and metamorphose them, discovering in ancient expressions significances their composers could never have intended. Are they approaching backward? As it existed in the days of Noah, thus it will exist at the arrival of the Son of Man. This straightforward phrase from Matthew's Gospel generated hundreds of years of speculation. If Jesus contrasted the concluding periods to Noah's day, and if Titans traveled the terrain then, might they return before the concluding condemnation? This question has generated intense examination among particular Christian settlements. Prophecy instructors indicate Genesis 6:4, the Nephilim, were on the terrain in those days, and also following as evidence Titans endured the deluge or re-manifested subsequently. The expression and also following sustains apocalyptic speculation. Popular manuscripts resembling the Nephilim and the Pyramid of the Apocalypse explicitly connect pre-flood Titans to concluding periods prophecy. Composers indicate Nephilim DNA might be extracted from ancient remains, generating hybrid creatures that satisfy scriptural cautions regarding unprecedented tribulation. These concepts obtained novel momentum with genetic progressions. CRISPR technology, chimera investigation, and synthetic biology appear to resonate watchers, instructing mortals prohibited disciplines. Certain perceive contemporary science inadvertently recreating circumstances that delivered heavenly condemnation previously. Conspiracy settlements embrace these preoccupations with specific vigor. Online forums examine alleged government programs generating mortal-non-mortal hybrids. Ancient alien theorists indicate extraterrestrials who generated the initial Nephilim design to return, satisfying both UFO anticipations and scriptural prophecy simultaneously. Mainstream researchers and traditional spiritual authorities generally reject these apocalyptic Nephilim concepts. Academic scriptural examinations interpret the Noah comparison distinctly, concentrating on ethical circumstances rather than literal titans. Traditional theology emphasizes spiritual preparation above speculation regarding terrible returns. What propels this attraction with returning titans? Partially, it's the psychological appeal of concrete dangers. Confronting abstract concepts resembling transgression or condemnation experiences overwhelming. Recognizing particular adversaries, even supernatural ones, renders universal theater comprehensible. Titans provide visible villains in an otherwise invisible spiritual conflict. Spiritual uncertainty assumes a position also. In periods of accelerated transformation, apocalyptic consideration frequently prospers. When traditional convictions confront scientific or cultural questions, believers occasionally emphasize supernatural components that science can't effortlessly dismiss. Tangent-related prophecies present tangible representations of faith surpassing material clarification. The Internet accelerates these speculations. Concepts that previously circulated gradually through specialized manuscripts presently proliferate instantaneously through recordings, forums, and social media. Someone's personal interpretation of obscure scriptural sections arrives at global audience overnight, generating impression of consensus where none might exist. Cultural anxieties sustain these accounts as well. Terrors regarding genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and transhumanism discover expression in Nephilim concepts. Narratives regarding celestial being mortal hybrids provide ancient precedent for contemporary preoccupations regarding technological threshold traversing and enhancement. UFO settlements especially embrace Nephilim connections. The ancient astronaut hypothesis restructures scriptural titans as alien hybrids, their return involving spacecraft rather than supernatural manifestation. This interpretation connects spiritual prophecy and secular speculation, appealing to those attracted to both traditions. Certain instructors connect Nephilim return to particular locations. Mount Hermon, where the Book of Enoch articulates, "Watchers plummeted," attracts specific fascination. Conspiracy concepts indicate governments perform genetic experiments there, or that supernatural portals exist in the territory, preparing for Titan's reappearance. Predictions regarding how Titans might return differ extensively. Certain anticipate literal celestial being mortal reproduction, generating bodily Titans. Others expect genetic manipulation, generating hybrid creatures. Still others interpret Nephilim symbolically, constituting spiritually tainted powerful figures rather than actual titans. What these concepts convey is their endeavor to render ancient writings directly relevant to contemporary terrors. The Book of Giants transforms not merely historical artifact, yet active caution regarding current perils. Its era grants authority to contemporary preoccupations regarding genetic engineering or spiritual taint. Archaeological assertions sustain these anticipations. Narratives regarding Titan's skeletal remains, discovered and concealed by Smithsonian officials, circulate extensively online. Though professional archaeologists dismiss these records, they reinforce conviction that evidence for scriptural titans exists, yet confronts suppression by secular authorities. DNA testing of ancient remains has transformed specific flashpoint. Certain insist particular archaeological specimens hold non-mortal genetic material, demonstrating Nephilim presence. Scientific organizations consistently reject these assertions, yet in conspiracy settlements, such rejection frequently strengthens rather than weakens conviction. Suggested timelines for Titan return frequently connect to broader apocalyptic scenarios involving Israel, reconstructed temples, red heifers, or astronomical alignments. The Nephilim account transforms one thread in intricate concluding periods, tapestry, with proponents discovering connections to Revelation, Daniel, and alternative prophetic literature. Spiritual commanders respond variously to these speculations. Certain embrace Nephilim concepts as literal cautions regarding approaching dangers. Others interpret the sections symbolically, while recognizing believers' authentic spiritual preoccupations. Still others dismiss tangent concentrated apocalypticism as perilous distraction from authentic faith. What becomes forfeited in considerable contemporary speculation is the ethical center of ancient Titan accounts. The Book of Giants wasn't primarily regarding bodily proportions, yet spiritual taint regarding thresholds violated and creation chaotic. The Titans constituted universal injustice, their annihilation, heavenly restoration of appropriate boundaries. Conceivably, the most valuable question isn't whether Titans will literally return, yet what their narrative instructs regarding mortal tendencies. Do we, resembling watchers, arrive surpassing appropriate boundaries? Do we, resembling Titans, devour without moderation? Do we acknowledge appropriate thresholds, separating understanding we should pursue and insight best departed to more profound comprehension? The ancients comprehended Titans as cautions, not merely regarding external dangers, yet regarding mortal potential for overreach. Whether interpreted literally or symbolically, their communication remains relevant. Certain thresholds exist for cause. Certain understanding transports accountability. Certain authorities require insight before possessing. In this perception, conceivably Titans never genuinely departed. Their narrative persists whenever creatures blessed with understanding employ it destructively, whenever authority functions craving rather than justice, whenever creation's sequence confronts disruption from those who should protect it. What the Titans departed behind. The liquids ascended. The Titans descended. Their enormous bodies returned to powder beneath ancient mud. Yet something remained, not merely legends, not merely fragmented writings, yet a method of comprehending mortal encounter that still fashions how we perceive ourselves in our realm. What did these ancient narratives depart us? Initially, a vocabulary for considering regarding wickedness. Before contemporary psychology, before sociological clarifications of offense, the Book of Giants presented a structure for comprehending why our realm holds such obscurity regardless of heavenly creation. The Titans constituted wickedness with universal foundations, not merely incorrect selections, yet chaos woven into reality's structure through primordial uprising. Their narrative recognized what we still grapple with. Certain destructive designs appear exceeding than individual selections, advanced downward through generations, resembling unwanted inheritance. They also departed us a specific perception of understanding. The Watchers instructed mortals disciplines resembling metallurgy, cosmetics, astronomy, and armament fashioning. Neutral abilities transformed destructive through misemployment. This nuanced comprehension of technology experience is startlingly relevant in our digital era. Different from narratives illustrating understanding itself as prohibited, the Book of Giants indicates the difficulty exists in timing, framework, and purpose. Certain insight necessitates preparation. Certain methods require ethical structures before their introduction. Certain authority should arrive only when insight exists to direct it. The Nephilim account also contributed to how we comprehend mortal recognition. By positioning mortals separating celestial beings and creatures capable of insight nevertheless vulnerable to craving, these narratives investigated what renders us unique. The Titans as hybrid creatures highlighted questions regarding what constitutes humanity itself. Are we defined by consideration or craving, by heavenly representation or terrestrial shape, by spiritual potential or bodily boundaries? The Titans, tragically captured separating domains, personified these tensions. Their threshold-traversing essence compelled ancient audiences to regard what thresholds appropriately define mortal presence. These narratives fashioned artistic envisionment across hundreds of years. Renaissance illustrations of the deluge, Milton's illustration of descended celestial beings, romantic attraction with devastations of forfeited civilizations, science fiction investigations of post-mortal presence, fantasy literature's persistent fascination in creatures exceeding than existence. All these creative traditions bear Nephilim impact. Architecturally, they departed traces also. Medieval cathedral fashionings presenting titans and celestial beings, Renaissance frescoes illustrating the deluge, contemporary science fiction films illustrating ancient astronauts. These visual interpretations transport forward concepts, initially cultivated in writings resembling the Book of Giants. Linguistically, they influenced how we articulate. Expressions resembling descended celestial being, prohibited understanding, titans in the terrain, and pre-flood penetrated widespread vocabulary through these traditions. Even individuals unfamiliar with the initial narratives employ language fashioned by them. Psychologically, they provided structures for comprehending disturbing visions and intuitions. When we detect something has proceeded incorrect at universal scale, when we experience ourselves diminutive against enormous powers, when we envision of catastrophe or metamorphosis, we frequently arrive for imagery. These ancient narratives, initially articulated, they departed us specific methods of narrating chronicle. The design of Golden Era, taint, condemnation, and restoration manifests across cultures, yet acquires distinctive expression through deluge accounts. Contemporary apocalyptic consideration, whether spiritual or secular, attracts on templates these narratives founded. Ethically, they contributed enduring insights regarding authority and accountability. The Titans' destructive, devouring designs, their brutality toward creation, their unquenchable cravings, all functioned as cautions against employing power without moderation. Their destiny cautioned against erroring authority for righteousness. Environmentally, they presented early reflection on mortal connection with organic realm. The deluge arrived partially because Titans tainted their method upon the terrain, an expression certain ancient commentators connected to environmental annihilation. This examination perceives the Titans as constituting humanity's capability to compromise the genuine creation intended to sustain us. Spiritually, they departed an inheritance of optimism amid apparent hopelessness. Against overwhelming taint, against creatures seemingly excessively powerful to oppose, heavenly justice ultimately dominated. Noah's endurance constituted possibility of preservation through catastrophe, seeds of restoration redeemed from necessary annihilation. These narratives also fashioned how we interpret mysterious evidence. When 19th-century scientists uncovered dinosaur skeletal remains, cultural recollections of Titans influenced early interpretations. When archaeologists revealed enormous ancient edifices, Titan traditions fashioned hypotheses regarding their generation. For spiritual settlements, these traditions presented methods to integrate pre-scriptural narratives into monotheistic structure. Mesopotamian deluge accounts, Greek Titan legends, widespread Titan narratives, all could be comprehended as culturally particular recollections of occurrences the Bible portrayed more precisely. Politically, Nephilim accounts influenced how settlements justified territorial assertions. From ancient Israel, viewing Canaanite titans as remnants of tainted pre-flood lineages, to colonial authorities portraying indigenous peoples through Titangent-influenced language, these narratives occasionally rationalized domination. Scientifically, they disclosed how ancient individuals fabricated perception of bodily evidence without contemporary structures. Discovering mammoth skeletal remains, they reasonably concluded titans previously existed. Monitoring geological evidence of flooding, they organically connected it to penalty accounts. Their interpretations constitute not ignorance, yet rational significance, fashioning within available understanding arrangements. Most fundamentally, these narratives departed us more abundant symbolic language for designating what exists surpassing typical encounter. When reality exceeds customary classifications, when occurrences appear more meaningful than typical portrayals capture, when metamorphosis transpires at levels, expressions, conflict to express, we frequently arrive for legendary language these traditions cultivated. For all their peculiarity to contemporary years, these Titan narratives addressed perennial mortal questions. Why does wickedness endure regardless of heavenly righteousness? What occurs when thresholds obscure, separating previously separated classifications? How should we employ understanding that delivers both advantage and peril? What constitutes appropriate boundaries for mortal desire? The Book of Giants disappeared for hundreds of years, yet never genuinely vanished. Its center preoccupations regarding understanding, authority, spiritual taint, and universal justice persisted, discovering expression through alternative channels. Even without the writing itself, its fundamental questions remain excessively significant to abandon. Conceivably, that's what the Titans genuinely departed behind. Not merely portions of ancient writing, not merely legends of tremendous creatures, yet an enduring collection of questions regarding what it signifies to exist mortal in a realm where we control understanding, powerful, sufficient to annihilate what we most experience affection for. Their narrative reminds us that we also position at thresholds, separating realms, capable of insight, nevertheless vulnerable to craving, blessed with creative authority, nevertheless prone to annihilation, fashioned for connection, nevertheless enticed by brutality. In their tragic account, we glimpse our personal potential for both transcendence and devastation. The liquids that transported Noah's vessel have extended since withdrawn. The Titan's skeletal remains have transformed to stone beneath peaks. Yet the questions their narrative elevated remain as relevant as ever, flowing resembling a subterranean stream through mortal awareness, surfacing wherever we confront our personal tremendous capability for both creation and annihilation.